This is Qualified. It's a niche job board site I built on Bubble, and I ran it as business for just over a year and a half. It's heavily influenced in terms of design by We Work Remotely, which is a really popular remote job board site. And it was a fun project. You can see from my Stripe here that it did just over about 3 grand in revenue. No longer running. But what I'm going to do over this tutorial is just show you how to build this type of job site and the best practices I learned during my time running Qualified. I'm going to show you everything you need to know in order to build your own job board with Bubble. But if you'd like to get up and running a bit quicker, I have created a template based on this tutorial, and I'll put a link to this below in the description. First thing we're going to do is we're going to set up our database. And what you can see here from this Google Doc is I've listed out all the fields that we need for our job data type, which is going to be a primary data type we're going to be working with throughout this tutorial. So I'm just going to quickly put in all of these types and give a quick explanation. So first of all, we're going to create a new data type. We're going to call it job. And the first field we're going to create is title. This is going to be the main title of the job. It's going to be a text. The second thing is going to be description. And this is where all the details of the job are going to come into it. Again, it's going to be a text. Next is location. You could possibly use this as a field type of a geographic address, but I've just found it easier to use text. So again, this is where the job is going to be located. Company name, self-explanatory. Again, it's going to be a text. Logo. So not every job is going to have a logo. Only the ones that pay for the premium placements are going to have a logo. But we're going to want to give the option for each job type to have a logo. Categories. This is going to be a list of text, and I'm going to go through this in a minute, but this basically helps filter jobs. So we're going to focus on digital marketing jobs, and we're going to want to have separate categories for different jobs. So you might have SEO specialists, you might have pay-per-click specialists. Again, we just want to be able to filter by job type on our job board. Views is going to be the number of times each job posting is viewed. Which is obviously important if you're going back to companies and explaining how many views each post got. Link clicks is how many people are going to click on the apply button. Again, that's going to be a number. URL. So what we're going to do is we're going to link from our page on our Bubble Apps to the company's job careers page. So that's going to be that. We're going to put in a URL for each job. And then email. This is just so we can contact whoever posts the job. And then on hold, I'll explain this in a bit. Basically, as we are going to allow users to preview their jobs, and there's going to be a bit of a hold where we either want the job to be posted or not, depending on whether the user is finally happy with what they put in. Post date, this is important for premium job slots. I'll explain this in a bit, but for now, just know that it is going to be a date. And then finally, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So again, this is to do with whether it's going to be a paid, a premium, or a super premium listing. So I'm going to put in that, tier 2, yes, no, and finally tier 3, yes, no. Okay, so that's our database setup. We're now going to go back to our editor and we're going to create a new page. And we're going to call this page name post job. We're not going to clone it from anything. We're going to create that page and we're going to upgrade it to the new responsive engine. And now we can start building. So we're going to start off by setting the dimensions of the post jobs page. And we're also going to change the name of the page to digital marketing jobs. And we're going to change the layout to a column. And I usually like building in about 1 to 80. And then for the min height for now, we'll put it at 3000. We might come back and change that later. So let's start dropping stuff in. We're going to start off by dropping a group at the very top of the page. We're going to call this group top container. It's going to be a row, and we'll see how that looks in a minute. We'll get rid of the fixed width. I like setting min width of 300. Typically, the smallest devices you're going to be building for are going to be around the 320 pixel mark, so 300 should have you pretty safe. We'll set the min height as 400, which might be too big, but we can come back to that in a minute. Next, we're going to drop in a piece of text, and we're going to put that in here. And we're going to say, reach the smartest digital marketing talent. We're going to remove this style. We're going to use kind of DM Sans as our most typically used font. So we'll put that there. We're going to make this 0000, which is obviously black. And we're going to give this a much bigger size of, let's say, 48 and see how that looks. We'll center it. We'll put that in the middle. We're not going to make it fixed width. Again, we'll set the min width as 300. We're not going to have any min height. We're going to go back and bold this text just so it stands out a bit more. We're going to put some margins on it just so it's not touching the very edge of the screen. So we could do that, but thinking again, it's actually better maybe just to put some padding around this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put padding of 15, 15, 15, and 15. So that all seems fine. Let's just do a quick preview of this to see how it looks. Okay, so that seems fine. Let's see how this looks on the various responsive screens, just to do a test. This is a Chrome extension I have. It's really handy. It lets you see what your app looks like on various different screen sizes. As I mentioned, 320 is typically the smallest screen size you're going to be building for. Maybe there's some really old phones that have smaller screen widths, but they're really going to be edge cases. Okay, so that is okay, but it's just a bit big for my liking. So what we're going to do is we're going to reduce the width of it, and then we're also going to make it smaller depending on what the screen size is. So we're going to make this, let's just leave it at 32, maybe a bit small, 36. And actually, let's just leave it for that for now, and we'll see how we look later on. This is much too big, this area here. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the min height to only 200. And that works fine. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we want to have a bit of a logo in the top left-hand corner here. So the way I think is best to do that is probably add a group within this group. So let's put this in here, and we're going to call this group logo. We're going to give this a row. We're not going to make it a fixed width. And then you should see that, the container here, I have it down as a row, and I actually want it as a column so that these can sit on top of each other. Okay, that's fine. Next, we're just going to put in that logo. So let's do that. Put that in here, image, and I'm just going to upload a logo that I made in about 2 seconds on Canva. Okay, you can see we have our digital marketing jobs logo in there now. It's looking a bit small, so let's make that a bit bigger. You can see it's fixed width at the moment. I don't mind it being fixed width, but let's just make it the right height and width. So 60 and 60, that seems fine. Let's put that at the left-hand side of its parent group. So that's expanding out. Yeah, we want to make it fixed height and fixed width. That'll make it stick to that side of the screen. Is that too close to the top of the screen? It might be. So I'm going to put some margin on the top of that there. Let's put that as 30. And I think that looks okay so far. So next thing I want to do is I want to have a kind of step 1, 2, and 3 just to give people an indication of where they are in the process of actually, putting up a job. So let's do that next. Let's put in a group here. And what this is going to be is a group, and then we're going to put some text in it. And we're going to say the text is step 1. So it's going to be step 1, and we're going to call this group step 1. You can see at the moment, we're just going to have to change the layout of this. We're going to make this a column, and we're going to add in a couple of additional things here. So we're going to copy this, paste this, and we're going to have this as post job. And then we're also going to add in a shape just in this part here. I'm going to make it next. And it's looking a bit wide at the moment, so we're not going to make it fixed width because we want it to take up the entire room of the group. but we are going to make it a fixed height, and that fixed height is only going to be 5. Put a 5 margin on top and bottom just so the text has a bit of room to breathe. And that seems okay. We're just going to change the formatting of these texts a bit. We'll get rid of that. No min height. Same for this one. And in fact, what I can do to save a bit of time is probably just format one of these and then apply the same to the other. So let's remove the style here. Again, we're going to go back to DM Sans. We'll put it up to 20, put it at bold. Again, put that there, copy the formatting, and paste the formatting on here. You can see now that that is too big for that box, and that's because I've set a min height. And we want fit height to content, and it's coming in nicely there. So that's step 1, and you'll see how this is going to look in a second now. But if we copy this, post that, and do it again, we now have 3, and we want to group these in a row container. So to highlight all them, right click and group elements in a row container. And we should see it now. Not doing much apparently, and I wonder why that is. So let's just go down to our element 3 here. 1, 2, 3. And okay, we've kind of accidentally grouped that in the other one, so let's get rid of it. And in fact, let's just undo what we did a second ago. So we didn't do that. And undo that. And now we only have the 1. So let's copy that. Let's click out here, paste it in, click out here, paste it in. And now we can group all these, but let's just change the names of these groups just so we're aware of in our element tree. It's very easy when you're building to just ignore the names, and then later on you're thinking, God, what is that? So I would always recommend naming as you go if possible, although easier said than done. Okay, now let's group elements in a row container. And you can see now we're getting the kind of more horizontal view that we wanted. We're not going to give this a min width. We are going to do fit width to content. Actually, no, we're just going to leave that go as far as we want. Okay, so now we have our step 1, our step 2, and our step 3. Step 3 is going to be checkout. Step 2 is going to be preview. Okay, fantastic. So now we want these to take up the full width of the screen. So let's go to layout, and let's not give it a fixed width, but we will give it a max width. So I'm just thinking here, if our dimensions for this group are, what are our dimensions? We have no max width at the moment. So the width of the page is 1280, so it's going to fill out all that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this group F and just say steps master, and I'm going to give this a max width. So I'm going to give it a max width of 1100, and I'm going to center it. And then I'm going to equally divide these 3 subgroups and give them a max width of 1100 divided by 3, which is roughly 333 plus 33, so 366 each. So let's do that now. Put that there. We're going to give it a max width of 366. Max width of 366 and a max width of 366. Okay, we're also going to give this a bit of room to breathe, so let's check that group again and put a bit of a margin on the top of it. Let's give it 30 pixels there just below the piece of text. And we're also going to want to center align step 2 and 3 just to make it look nicer. Put that there, put that there, put that there, and put that there. Okay, so the idea is we're going to have 3 pages in our posting a job process. Sorry, just let me fix this. Center. And we're currently on our first page, so we want the user to be aware of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to set a color for this bar on this page, and then we're on the second page, we're going to highlight this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this, and we're going to give it this color, which I am going to use throughout the app. So we're going to put that there, and we're also actually going to give this piece of text here that color as well. So now it should be clear to the user they're on step 1 and there are 3 steps to go. I'm actually going to unbold this, or maybe I won't. Let's put this as black and put step 1 in the purple. Okay, let's take a quick look at this, see how it looks. Okay, so this is looking well. That is an issue. You can see there that the logo was popping out to the left hand side, and that's because I didn't set a max width for this group here. So let's do that. There we go. Third time lucky. Okay, so now we have the start of our post job page. And we just want to show that the rest of the page is a bit of a different section. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the background color here to be white. That's fine. And then, in fact, we'll set the whole page background color to be white, which it is. And then we're going to put in a new group here. I'm going to call this group input details. We're going to give this a kind of a gray color just to make it stand out a bit. So let's remove the style of this, give it a flat color. And we're going to make that a kind of off gray color. Maybe not that gray. Yeah, something like that, just to make it stand out. Let's go back to layout. We're going to make this a column. Column are definitely the most frequently used container types I use. Again, we're setting the min width is 300. So that should be fine. Min height, let's just give it a bit of room to breathe and put in an initial. And then within this, we're going to put another group. Before I do that, I can just see that we have not too much space at the bottom there. So let's put in a margin of 60 maybe. Yeah, maybe that will work. Let's take a quick look on our preview. Yeah, okay, you can see that's looking reasonably well. Maybe the gap is a bit too big there actually in hindsight. Let's just bring it down to 50. These aren't any hard and fast design rules. It's really just me judging what I think looks best. Okay, that's fine. Okay, next we're going to put in a group here that's going to house the various inputs for the job. So we're going to call this group job input. Once again, we're going to call it a column. We're going to put it in the center of the screen here. So we're going to center align it. We are going to give it a background style of a flat color. It's going to be white. We are going to give it a border. We're going to make it solid. That seems okay. We're going to give this a max width of 1100, just so it's kind of symmetrical with the group I previously created above. Min width again of 300. And we will give it some room to breathe at the top there. So give it a margin of 30. And then we can start dropping in input elements that we're going to use to get details on the jobs people are posting. So I'll just take a quick look. That seems fine. I don't like the black there. It's just a bit too kind of standout. So let's get the same color we have for the bar here. Let's go back to appearance. Copy that. And that. Not that. We'll give it a roundness of 5 as well. Okay. Yeah, much better. So now let's start putting in the various things we're going to need to capture. So the first thing we're going to need to capture is the title. So let's do that now. So we're going to create, we have a group in here. We're going to create another group in this part here. And we're going to call this group title and location, because we're actually going to try and put 2 different pieces of information in here. Okay, let's remove the style. Again, we'll let it take up, we're going to make this a row. And we're going to make this fixed width of 300. We're going to put a margin at the side just so it's not hugging the edges of the border. So let's do 10 on the left and 10 on the right. Great. Okay, so what we're going to have is we're going to have a piece of text in here, and it's going to be called job title. We're going to remove this again. We're going to create a style for this because we are going to be reusing it. So let's try 18. Let's try DM sans again, regular, we'll bold it. Give it that. We're not going to make it fixed width. We can put the min width as 100, and we're not going to make it min height either. So let's get rid of that. Let's use this as a style, just so we're not reusing it every 2 minutes. So style, and we're going to call this input header, and create a new style. And we can reuse that in a minute, which will be very handy. Okay, so that's our job title. Next, we're going to put in an input box. Put that in here. And it's currently a row container. So let's leave that as is, because what we're actually going to do is we're going to have job title input, and then we're going to have on the other side of this container, we're going to have location and input. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put 2 of these in a column container, and I'm going to put the job first. And then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and we're going to go back to our element tree, group job input. It's going to be a row. Sorry, no, that's the wrong one. Group title and location, that's going to be a row. So the reason it's not showing up as a row at the moment is these 2 are simply too big and they're taking up the full width. You can see there have a min width of something ridiculous in there, which is the legacy of what I did a minute ago. So let's get rid of that. And then you can see that they take up like a more reasonable amount of space. Okay, so let's change this to location. We're also going to paste this and say for job title, let's get rid of that. Why isn't that going in there? Let's get rid of that. Yeah. Okay, and let's put this down at the end. We're going to change this style, and we're going to call this. We're going to call this style once we have decided on the color. And what color should we be using? Let's use a kind of another off gray. So what do we have here? That's that color. Put that in here. Let's see how it looks. I suspect it'll be too light. And it is. So let's just make that a bit darker. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, put a layout there. We're going to make this last, and we're going to say for job title, it's going to give a kind of a prompt to the user of what maybe they should be putting in. So example, SEO specialist. Okay, let's change this a bit. So what we're going to want to do is put in job title as a placeholder. I'm going to remove this style here. I don't particularly like it. Again, we're going to use the same font that we've been using so far. And we're going to use the same size font as we have up here, which I believe was 18. Put that in there. And then we're also going to change the background color to match the outer gray we have here. So let's just go back here, copy that, put that in there, and change that to that. We're also going to make this a bit smaller. You can see there, fixed width we can get rid of, 200 let's say. Fixed height as well. Let's give it, I think actually we actually will give it a fixed height. So let's give it a fixed height of 40 and see how that looks. That seems fine. I actually don't like that placeholder. Let's get rid of it. And then you can see everything's very much on top of each other here. So let's select our group. And what we can do in the layout here is apply gap spacing between elements. And we're going to give it 15. And that automatically provides 15 pixels between the various elements. Actually, it might even be a bit tight still. Let's try 20. Back to 15 it is. Okay, so that seems to be okay. It's a little bit narrow actually, so let's change that. And we're going to put the min width of this as... No, it doesn't actually matter on the min width. It's more the max width that I'm concerned with. So it's not stretching out far enough. And I'm wondering what the reason for that is. fit with the content. Oh yeah, okay, so we untick that, and then we're going to put a max width of, let's have a think about this. So the whole container is 1100 minus the margins on the side, I think 10 each we had. So that's 1080. So we realistically want them taking up about half of it with a bit of a gap. So let's try and put this as 450 and see how that looks. And then what I probably should have done was, instead of copying it earlier on, I should have waited until I was happy with it and then copied it. And I can see there I have an extra group that I don't want. Let's copy that. Now let's copy it and paste it in there. And that's looking a lot better. We're going to give this as location. And we're going to give an example of New York City. Okay, we are going to need to set a margin on this group. First of all, let's call this group location. We're going to give this a margin of, on the left, say 45. And that looks a lot better. You can see there, it's not quite taking up the full width, but I think that looks okay. What we might do is just change the max width to a bit higher. So let's change to 500, and let's do similar for this. And then what we can do, just to make sure everything's nicely aligned, is, no, I think that's actually okay. Okay, so let's have a look and see how this is looking. Okay, a couple of things. It's definitely hugging the side too much. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to center this. So we go up here, put that in the center, and we're going to give it a bigger margin on the side here. And we're also going to give it a bigger margin on the top. So let's give this a margin on the top of 40. And let's give it a margin on the side here of 20. And just to make it symmetrical, we're going to give this group margin on the right hand side also of 20. Let's go back to our preview. And that's not too bad. I don't like this kind of, when you click on it, or when you hover it, you have this outline here. I'm not a huge fan of that, so let's get rid of that. You can see these kind of default ones that Bubble has put in, so let's just get rid of all of them. And just looking at this again, I actually think I prefer if I just had a white background there. So let's do that. Let's see how this looks. Instead of having the flat color as a kind of grey one, let's have it as white. And let's take a look and see how that looks. Still not convinced. What I probably should have been doing is using this gray here and in the background. So I think that makes sense. All right, let's take this. These are all aesthetic choices. They're not going to affect the functionality of your app, but I would like to get it looking as well as possible. So probably worth the extra effort to do that. You put that down as a lower transparency. Even lower again, maybe. Yeah. And let's just make this even as well. Put that down to 60. Yeah, I think that looks better now. So let's copy that formatting and paste that formatting. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, that seems to work okay. Let's see how this looks on responsive. In terms of responsive design, I should say. So back into our responsive viewer app, our Chrome extension. Doesn't seem to be loading for whatever reason. Let's click on that, and we can see it on 320. So again, if you get it working on 320, you are sorted. Okay, that's a bit of a mess. And that is also a bit of a mess. So lots to figure out here. So we can do a couple of things. First of all, I think the easy thing for this is just going to look cramped if we have it on mobile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just hide this when the screen width gets below a certain level. Let's take a look and see when we start to get in trouble. Okay, so keep shrinking, keep shrinking, keep shrinking, and it starts to look a little cramped around the 500-ish, 510. So I think let's just use 530 as a breakpoint, and we're going to hide this element then. So let's select first parent, and we're going to say steps master. Okay, so we'll use conditional here. So when page width is less than or equal to 5, let's just say 530, this element is visible and it's not visible. Okay, the other thing I notice is this seems to be very close to that. So let's give this a top margin of 30, 25 should do. And this text looks very big as you get down to the screen size. So I think I thought about doing this, but then I didn't for whatever reason. Let's take a quick look again. That seems fine. Fine, fine, fine. Okay, I don't like it going into 3 lines. So let's say around. So let's keep the kind of break width kind of the same. So I use 540 for the 530 for the other one. So let's use 530 again. So when the current page width is less than or equal to 530, text is going to be the same, but font size is going to go down to 24. Perfect. And then one thing we didn't do with the steps master was we didn't set collapse when hidden. We didn't check that checkbox. So let's refresh, see how we look this time around. We still have a bit of work to do, I know, on the widths of these, but let's see how this looks here. Okay, reach the smartest digital marketing talent. That seems fine. And the gap there seems quite a big. Maybe there's no need to have that at the top. So let's reduce that. And let's actually just put a bit of extra padding at the top to compensate for that. So padding at the top plus 25. Okay, so that's all fine. This is absolutely not fine though. First of all, I'd like a bit of area between the white of this container and the edge of the screen. So let's put in padding here of 10. And then the min width in these, it seems to be much too big. So that's 200. That's not going to work unless we want to have it on 2 separate lines, which we almost certainly do in hindsight. So actually, let's put it into here, and we're going to say min width is going to be 280. And we'll do the same for this, 280. So what we actually want is just when the screen width gets below a certain height, it'll just boost it down to the next line, and we don't have to worry about fitting it all in. Okay, the top here is looking much better. We're still not getting. I'm probably using margins wrong here, aren't we? Yeah, that should be okay. 10 and 10 on a 320 screen. Have a look one more time. I would just like to see a bit of gray at the side here. Yeah, okay, that's working now. Okay, that is too big, and the gap here is unnecessarily wide. So what we'll do is, yeah, 20 is unnecessary, I think. In fact, what's probably better is to have the margins within this container here rather than at the kind of the master container, if you will. Let's get rid of that as well. And what's the min width of this one? 200. Min width of 200. Min width of 280. Min width of 280. That all seems fine. You got to look out sometimes in case there's like a min width set somewhere that's just kind of messing up everything, but it doesn't seem to be the case here. Oh, I can see the margin there isn't ideal though. Okay, getting there. So now we need a bit of a gap between these text and input boxes. And then we also need to get rid of the margin. So that's fine. So we're just going to set in a bit of a margin here. So we're going to give this a margin of 10, 10, not 100, and 10. Perfect. And then similar story here, layout. margin on the left of 10, 10, and 10. And then once we get to the stage where this is getting kicked down to the next line, we're going to reset the margin for this. You can see it's 45 at the moment, so we're going to reset it to 0 once it gets kicked down to the next line. So let's go back into our responsive viewer, and we can see that fine at that screen width, and it's when we get to roughly, what are we at? 770, 750, 40. Okay, so 740 we're okay, but then when it goes down lower to 612, then that's not okay. Okay, let's just set the breakpoint as 700. In fact, let's set it 768. That's a fairly common one. I'll just give more space as well. So when current page width is less than or equal to 768, we're going to go left margin to 0. Let's go back to our responsive viewer. That's all fine. So we can see it's okay on this, okay on this, okay on this. And then as we get into the smaller sizes, okay again. The one thing is a margin there on the right of 20. We don't need that, but we need a bit of a margin. So we should be putting 10 on either one of those. So let's go back and do that. Appearance, layout. And on the right, it's going to be 10. What was the other one I had? Sorry, back here. Oh yeah, we need to put a bit of a margin on that one there of 10 as well. So let's do that. So right margin of 10. And then finally, once the location input group gets booted down to the next line, what we want to do is put in a top margin so that it's not right on top of the text. Sorry, not right below the text above it. So again, let's figure out where that breakpoint is. And in fact, we could probably, I think we did 768, did we? So, okay, close to around here. So we're 600. Six three, 6.2. Okay, so 6.2 is when it gets booted down to the next line. So let's do this here, and we're going to say when current page width is less than or equal to 602, we're going to give a top margin of, let's try 30. Okay, maybe I should have had a 601. Yeah, you can see 602 is still there, and then it gets kicked down to 601. So let's change that back to 601. Okay, and I think we're looking okay across all screen widths at the moment. Let's just take a quick look. Fine, fine, and the OS tricky 320 also fine. Great. Okay, now that we've done that once, it makes things a lot easier. I know it took a while, but the good news is now we can just copy and paste this down for all the various data types we need, which is much easier. So let's take a look at the data types again in terms of what we were going to look at. So we have title done. We don't have description done. What we have is I might just start highlighting the ones we have relevant info for. So that's done. That's done. Next is going to be company name. So let's put that in here. And let's just say Google. And then that's done now. Next thing we're going to want to do is put in, description is going to be a bigger input towards the bottom. Logo is going to be different. URL is probably the next one. So application URL. An example is going to be, let's just say www.google.com/careers. Okay, so now we're going to have captured those pieces of information. The next one we're going to want to do is the company logo. And what we can do is we can delete this group here. We can change this title within our remaining group to company logo. And you will see in a second that we're running into a bit of a problem in terms of layout, but we can fix that relatively easily. Company logo. Now, because we have this group here center aligned, it looks as though it's putting this in the center, which we don't want. So we're going to left align that. We're going to change the group name here to group company logo. And we're also going to change the alignment of the other groups above. An error I made earlier was probably centering that, but we can change that now. And let's also put that left aligned. Okay, we're not going to be using an input box here. We're going to be using a file uploader. We can also extend this out because this is only going to take up one part of, it's only going to be one group within the kind of master group rather than two. So let's go back to our file uploader. Let's put that in here. Put that. And we'll make that the next one. We're not going to give this a fixed width. We are going to give it a fixed height of, let's give it 70. Let's make it a big extra, 150 maybe. And we're going to have to put a bit of a margin on this of 10 on the left. And we'll also put 10 on the right just for symmetry's sake. And usually when companies upload their logos, what we wanted them to do is upload their Twitter or LinkedIn avatar. So we're going to say this. Just kind of made everything standardized, and the logos tended to be quite okay on Twitter and LinkedIn. If they were, they'd work well for this as well. Okay, we can see the placeholder is click to upload. Let's change that to your upload your logo. Let's remove the style. And again, we can change the type here. So let's do that. And let's increase the font size. Increase the font color, or sorry, change the font color. Let's bold it. And then let's also center the text vertically, just so it's in the middle of this image uploader or file uploader rather than at the side. Okay, let's just do a quick check and see how this looks now. Let's go to preview. Okay, that seems to be looking pretty good. Have the logo up there, have our steps, our title, our logo. We can upload stuff on there. Company name, Google, that all seems fine. Let's just take a quick look in responsive via the responsive Chrome extension, just because I do find sometimes that even if you check things out on the responsive tab here, they don't always seem to line up with what happens in reality once you actually push the site into production. But anyway, that seems to be okay there. That seems to be okay. Fine, fine. Great. And if we're not okay on 320, then we're usually okay for everything. Okay, so that's that part sorted. The next thing we're going to want to do in terms of the data we want to capture from the post jobs form is, let's just mark off logo as done, is categories, which is going to be a list of text. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create another group. So let's copy this, click on our master group, and we're going to say choose relevant categories. And if you think about a job site, then there typically is some, categories you can drill down into. So for a digital marketing site, which is what we're building at the moment, there might be things like pay-per-click specialists or SEO specialists or WordPress specialists, and we want to be able to see the jobs that fit in those categories. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a checkbox, but use an icon to represent that checkbox, and we're going to put a category next to it. So a bit of explaining involved in this, but do follow, and it's not too difficult. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pick this, and this is essentially going to represent an unchecked text box. We're going to set the color as that, and then we are going to put a piece of text here, and we're going to pick 3 categories. So the first one we're going to do is SEO jobs. We're going to remove this, and we're going to go back to our font. I should create a font type style out of this because again, we seem to be using this quite regularly, so I'll do that now as well, just to save a bit of time as we work through the app. So using that, put it as regular, and we're going to put the font size here as 18, and we're going to put it as that black color we've been using. And we can set this as a style. So let's create a new style, and let's call this standard text. Next, we're going to put the 2 of these elements into a row container. So let's highlight them both, right click, and go to group into a row container. Perfect. You can see here the default widths are a bit funky when you do that, so you just make sure you need to fix that up. Min width, no min width really. We are going to have a margin of 10 on the left, just like we do for the header above. And that seems fine. We want to have the icon first, so let's put that first. And let's go to layout. I'm going to make first. Great, and we want to put a bit of a margin on the left hand side of this as well, so let's go back to this text and we'll do that. Okay, so we're going to name this group. I have not been doing a good job so far on this page of naming my groups, so let's try and get back on track. So let's call it group SEO jobs. Like I said, we're going to have 3 categories, so 1, 2, 3. Let's call this group PPC jobs, pay-per-click obviously. And we'll put in PPC jobs here. Oh. And then for the last one, we'll call this, okay, so we have SEO, we have PPC. Let's just call this lead gen jobs. And we do want to make that a fixed width, so let's go back into our text and get rid of that fixed width checkbox that's automatically on. And we also need to untick that fit with the content. You will see there's a lot of just kind of figuring this out as you go along, which is perfectly normal. So don't worry if you find yourself kind of stumbling around a bit. That is just the nature of building on Bubble. Okay, so I think we've a fairly good start here now. Put in the job title, location, company name, application URL, and then you want to choose the relevant categories for the job you're posting. I'm just going to put in a bit of an explainer in this group here as well as to what this actually means. And in this case, we're going to say choose as many categories as you like. And we're going to put this down the bottom of this group here, so make last. Excellent. Okay, now with that done, we're going to get into the meat of actually choosing or the information on the job itself. Let's just call this group categories, and then let's copy it and click back on our master group, paste it down. And has that come in? It has. For some reason it's come up here, not quite sure why, but let's just make it last. And let's call this group description. And we want to have a bit of a margin on the bottom of this one. So let's put the bottom margin as 40. Perfect. Let's change this here to job description. And this should include things like details of jobs, salary / benefits, and requirements. We can then get rid of these three groups here, 2 and 3. Let's get rid of them. And we're going to be using a multi-line input here. So let's paste that in there. And we're going to use similar enough dimensions like we did for the company logo, maybe a bit bigger. So placeholder is typed there. We can actually copy the formatting for these, which might be handy, I should say. Copy formatting and right click, paste formatting. Okay, we're going to get rid of that fixed width. We are going to make it a fixed height of, actually no, we won't make a fixed height. We're going to set a fairly large min height of 450. Maybe even too big. Let's try 350. Yeah, that seems okay. Let's make the last. We're going to put a margin on the left of 10 and also on the right of 10. Let's get rid of the placeholder text here. And I think that should do it. Let's do a quick preview. Make sure that our widths are where they should supposed to be. Okay, digital marketing jobs. We have our various fields there. Choose relevant categories. We'll need to build in some functionality, but we can fix that in a minute. Job description. Okay, I'm going to move this down to the bottom, back to the editor. All we need to do is click on this text here and make it last, and Bubble will automatically send it down to the bottom of this group layout and make last. So looking at our data we need to collect here, we have quite a bit. The one thing we're probably missing is email. There's a few other things we're missing as well, but we'll come on to that in a bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on email next. What we can actually do is, we did have the kind of double group thing going on here, and then we only need one for categories because I only thought it was one, but because we need two, what we can actually do is copy this. And before I do that, actually, I've just noticed that there's no gap between this group and the group above it. So I'm going to fix that first. I'm going to put a top margin of 40. So I'm going to copy this, going to click on our group, and then I'll click paste. I'm not quite sure where does it come in. It might come down the bottom, or it might not come in at all, but it did come in somewhere. Okay, you can see it's there twice. So let's change this to contact email. And let's change this to input email. As I mentioned a while ago, I've been doing a terrible job of keeping track of what all these elements are called. So let's try and rectify that as we go. And the reason we're looking for a contact email is just in case there's an issue with your job post. Okay, and then we're going to have to bring this up into this. So it's going to be a bit tricky. So what we can do is we can set the max width of this particular group to 550, which is what all the other ones are as well. So let's go here, let's go max width, let's go to 550. And then let's delete this group. And let's drag this one up into here. And this can take a second sometimes, but I think we're okay here. We don't have as the right margins. You can see that this automatically puts in the 45 pixel margin. So let's change that now. Oh, you can see when you get a copy for, you know, you really haven't been naming the groups as you should have. Anyway, let's call this group email and categories. And let's set the left-hand margin of this group here to 45 pixels. And if I remember correctly, there's also some conditionals that we're going to use here. Let me just see if I remember right. Yeah, you can see that at a certain page we're getting rid of that left margin. So let's paste that in there. And let's also take that top margin and paste that in as a conditional. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. There seems to be a really big gap between this and that, and I think that's because the bottom margin in here is 40, which is a bit unnecessary if we already have the top margin of 40 on the other one. So let's just get rid of that. Oh, sorry, no, 40 is right. I think it was this specific group here that had the bottom margin. Yeah, so let's just get rid of that. And the other thing we want to do is, I don't like the way these icons are so thick. I shouldn't have picked these ones. So I'm just going to change this to a thinner icon, which I think looks a bit better. These aren't going to change the functionality of your app, but just trying to make this look as nice as possible. I'm also going to do a better job of naming these. So icon SEO. I'm going to call this one icon lead gen. Doesn't seem to want to load, but here we go. And we'll again give it that thinner circle. And we'll call this one icon PPC, pay-per-click. We should have here as well actually is other, just for everything else. So let's add in one more. And let's call this other. You can obviously choose whatever categories you want when you're doing this. This is really just for illustrative purposes. Okay, let's do preview. Okay, everything seems to be there. Really big gap between job description and company logo. Not really sure why, so we'll have to get rid of that. And the margins here just aren't consistent, and I'm sure I've been fiddling around with this for quite a bit, but let's just figure this out once and for all. It's just a bit too tight on the left-hand side for my liking. So let's take a look. That's taking up the full width. We have a 10 pixel margin for this group, and we have a 10 pixel margin for that group. I guess it's probably only when it's at the wider screen width that's an issue, so maybe it's not too big of a deal. And this all does look fine in fairness. There seems to be a bit of a double margin going on here, which we don't really need. So let's fix that. Maybe that's the issue up here as well, is it? Yeah, we have double margin. You can see for the elements there's a margin within the group itself, and then I also have a margin for this group here. So I think I can get rid of the right and we'll be okay. So let's do that. Yeah, that seems to have worked. Let's rename the groups as we go again. Group logo. Not sure why not sure where this group came from here. We don't need that anyway. But we do need a bit of a gap between the job description and between the company logo section. Incidentally, I just don't think it's that likely that anyone's really going to be writing a job description on mobile, but look, you got to make apps responsive these days, so we might as well do it, even if it's not too high odds that someone will be actually doing that. Now, we get rid of this margin here as well, I think. Yeah. Oh no, we can't actually in this case. Sorry, I was right there. Yeah, you can see it's already 10 pixels on each side. So I think that's pretty evenly spaced now. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, let's just have a quick look at this on the different widths to make sure that we're okay. That's fine. That's absolutely fine as well. And then on desktop, great. Okay, so we have the ability to capture all the info we want from this list of elements here. The one thing we're going to have to do to finish off on this page is this tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 thing. So what that is essentially is we want to give people the option of buying different types of jobs. Free jobs will have a certain set of benefits, and then paid jobs will have more things on them. For example, they're going to be pinned at the top of the home page and be more visible. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to extend the size of this container group here. You can see at the moment I have the min height on 600. I'm just going to change that up to 3000 for a minute just so there's a bit more space to put in another group. I'm then going to drop in another group, similar dimensions to the group we previously had. So I'm going to go back to the UI builder and we'll look for a group. And it's going to be very similar to the group we just created. So I'm going to put that in there. And we're going to call this group tiers. It's going to be a row, and I'll show you why in a minute. And what we can actually do is probably copy the formatting of this group here and paste it into this new one. And that hasn't really helped much. Okay, so we'll do it manually. So we're going to make this similar to the group above it, color white. We are going to make it not a fixed width. We're going to have a min width of 300. We're going to have a max width of 1100, and we're going to center align it. Put that in there. So it should be the same width as the group above, which it is. We'll give it a top margin of 60, just so it's not on top of the other group. And then we are going to give it the same borders and rounding as the one above it. So just looking here, I can see that we actually don't have any. We do. It's this group here. Okay, so this is the color. Roundness of 5 with a solid border. Let's just do that quickly. Roundness of 5, solid border, and this light gray color. Perfect. We're then going to copy this title here, paste it in, and we're going to say choose a job posting type. And then we're going to create 3 different groups, and each group is going to show a different set of benefits. So again, we'll get another group here, and we'll drop it in. And it just occurred to me that it should actually be in a column, this group here, and then we'll create another row container afterwards. Okay, so we're going to make this first. And just something building with a couple of groups, and something I probably should have been doing up until now is sometimes it's easy to set the background color of the kind of container group to something else. So I think in this case what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it as a transparent red, and it should hopefully make it easier to see the groups that I'm working on here for the benefits. So let's go for flat color solid, and we'll call this group free tier, and then in brackets tier 1. And what we're going to do is, first of all, we'll put a bit of a margin beneath this text here. I'll put in, say, 30 again. We're going to make this a bit wider. I'm just trying to think, we're going to have 3 of these, and if the max width is 1100, it might make sense to have something like 300, and then some other space in between. So let's set the min width of this to, it's going to be a column. Let's set the max width to 300 and see how that looks. Min width is also going to be 260, let's say. Min height is going to be a bit taller than that, much taller than that actually. So let's give it a 500. That's probably too big, but it'll do for now all the same. And we will give it a left margin of 10. And then we're going to start dropping a text element into it. And we're going to say free. Remove the style. We will choose a similar type to what we've used for the header there. So let's paste this, remove style, center it. We're just going to put this all in capitals. And we want to put it in the center, no fixed width, and no min height. We will put a bit of a margin at the top again. Let's give it 30. It's also to the borders of this group here. And we want it to stand out a bit. So let's give it a roundness of 5 and a solid border once again. We're going to make this border a bit different. We're going to make it just black to make it stand out. Okay, we're going to paste another element. We're going to take the border away from this one. So let's do that. Let's just make it 10. And let's call this good. And actually, let's change this back to lowercase. I know I've already changed that once. And then we're going to describe a list of features here. And we're going to use some formatting just to show what exact features it has. I'm also going to put in a bit of a shape here. So we'll put that there. And we are going to use the same color as we use up here. So let's copy that. Copy that. And put that in here. We are going to make this fixed width of, let's say, 60. Let's put it in the middle. Let's actually make it a fixed width of 100. And even bigger again, let's say 150. A bit wide at the moment, let's put that down to 5. And let's give it a top margin of 5 as well. Okay, that's looking relatively good. Now let's create another group that's going to show the features. So let's put that there. And this is going to be a row. Let's call this feature 1. We're going to put in an icon. So let's try and find that now. Put in an icon. What we're going to have is we're going to search for tick. They don't really have that coming up easily, but I think it's in here somewhere. Yeah, so we're going to press that. And it's a bit big at the moment, and I also don't like the styling on this. Let's sort out the group first of all. We're not going to make that fixed width. Min width of 100, say. We do want a bit of margin on either side of this, so let's say left margin of 20 and also right margin of 20. Let's put that vertically aligned. Let's change the color to match the purple we have up here. And let's change the size of this. Let's change it to 35, 35. That might even be a bit big. Let's go down to 25, 25. And I might be a bit small, so let's go for 30 and 30. Perfect. And then we're going to put in a text element in the same group. Let's remove that style. Let's change our text here. And let's vertically align this as well. Let's just make this group as high as it needs to be. So let's delete that. And then vertically align. Try and get that in the center. Ah, there it is. Okay. So what we're going to say here is posted for 30 days. We're going to let this breathe and expand out. No min width. Okay, I think that's working pretty well. Let's obviously put a bit of a margin at the top up here again. Let's do 30. Is that a bit big? No, I don't think so. Okay. I would like to make this a bit bigger here. So let's change the font size on this up to, say, 24. And let's give this a bit of a margin on the left here. I was thinking that's a bit small. Let's turn that to 18. And we're going to give it a left margin of probably 5 will do in this case. Maybe 10. Yes, I think that's fine. Okay, so now we're going to come up with a list of features that the various plans will have. So let's paste that down again. And let's reduce the margin to 15 and even to 10. And the second feature is it's going to pinned. Actually, no. So we're going to start off. Let me think about this. We're going to give the most basic features first, and then we're going to go down to the most advanced or premium features. So that's going to be a premium one. It's probably going to be last. Let's just do the other ones for now. So there's a few things you can kind of give to people in terms of premium job posting. Another one is you can display the company logo. If you allow people to post for free without it, and then you charge them to actually display it, that can be a nice way of getting people to pay extra, essentially. Okay, so the other thing you can ask them to do is, or the other feature you can kind of give is highlight it. So this will become clear later on, but you will see how that can be good as well. And then the last feature that I used to kind of give to people that were willing to pay for it is featured in the newsletter. So we go back here. Okay, there are kind of features that we can offer to our customers. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change these around so that the kind of most premium features are down towards the end. So I think this is the kind of basic that everyone's going to get. Everyone should get a slot on the page for 30 days. And then the next kind of two features you can get are getting your post highlighted and also displaying a company logo. And the other ones are only for the most premium tier. So the way you kind of display this is you kind of unhighlight, or what should I say, gray out the ones where you don't get it. So we're just going to do this, do that, do that, and do that again. Okay, so for free tier, all you're getting is you're getting a post for 30 days, nothing more, nothing less. Let's change the height of this down to that, and then we'll put a bit of a padding on the bottom of, let's call it 30. Actually, no, let's call it 50. And let's call it 70. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, so now we're going to copy this, and we're going to do the next one. And I can see here that I would have liked that to go over there. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get this, and we're going to have to, not that and that, this and this, and we're going to put them in a row container. Okay, probably taking a minute to do that, but it does do it in the end. So next, let's go to our second one. Sorry, no, we should be going for our master one here. And let's get rid of the min height, and let's get rid of the min width. Fit with the content, untick that, and we now have plenty of room for a third tier. So let's do that. Let's copy that again, paste that, and we have our three. Okay, so we should probably put a bit more space in between them. So let's figure that out. Left 10, right 10. Let's do left 20 and right 20. And let's do the same for the other two. Okay, I think that's going to work okay. So this is our free tier. This is going to be our paid tier. So I'm in Ireland, so we're going to use euros here, and we're going to say we're going to charge 99 for the good tier. What that 99 euro gets you extra is it gets you the company logo, and it gets your job post highlighted. And we're going to call this better. The classic upsell. If a corporate credit card is at the checkout, you know, it can be a nice way to charge a little more. Okay, so it's going to be best. And we are obviously going to highlight all of the other ones. Shouldn't have done that. Let's undo that quickly. Copy the font once more. And quickly put that in. We'll come on to it later on, but newsletter is really a big source of traffic for job boards, so I would recommend you set one of them up. Okay, now we can get rid of the kind of placeholder color we had in there. And let's put a bit of padding in the bottom, just so it doesn't look so tight. So we'll put in padding at the bottom of 60. And that's at the top, so that's not going to work. Let's do that. And let's preview it. Okay, so we have all our inputs, logo, job description, and then we have our 3 tiers there as well, which is exactly what we want. We'll have to build some functionality around this in a minute. It's not centered either, which I don't particularly like, so let's fix that now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this group, and I'm just going to say center align it, which doesn't seem to have done much. Okay, let's fit with the content. That doesn't do much either. I just don't like the way there's a bit of an extra gap there. Maybe if we do it this way. Yes, that's better now. Okay, the other thing I saw was there's no room at the bottom of this here, so let's do that quickly. Again, we can use padding of, let's say 60. It's probably a bit too big. Let's go with 40. Actually, no, I think I was right the first time. Let's go with 60. Cool. So there is our info that we need. Let's take a quick look on responsive just to make sure everything's looking okay, especially down here. So 1200, 92, 992 is fine. Okay, it's starting to get a little bit funky there, which we don't like. And then on 320, it's kind of fine again, but also not really. So it's this kind of middle one where there's 2 at the top and 1 on the bottom where we get in trouble. So let's see what we can do about that. First thing we can do is we're going to put a bit of margin at the top of each of these groups. And I'm going to rename them as well. Anyway, let's put a margin on top first. We'll say 30 and 30. Let's rename this. Let's go with 30 and 30. Actually, that might be a bit large then because we're going to have 60 effectively. Yeah, let's go with 15 and 15. Okay. So on mobile, we're actually okay. Yeah, but it's just this kind of awkward point where we've 2 and 1 where things start to get a bit out of kilter. Yeah. So when does that first become an issue? It's kind of around the 900 mark, really. 902. Even there, I don't like the way that goes on to the second line. So even if we do it from kind of 980 down, if we could figure out something to make sure that they're all on a separate line. So how would we do that? Okay, a bit of a workaround, but I think what we can do is when it's in this area that's causing the issue, so from 980 down to, call it, let's start to get okay again. Yeah, 980 down to, let's say 580. What we could do is we could just add extra margins on each side, and that might help our cause. So let's try that. So we're going to use some conditionals. And we're going to say when the current page width is less than 980, less than or equal to 980, I should say. And also, so we're going to put in an and, current page width is greater than 580. We're going to set the left margin to, let's try 200. That'd be too much actually, let's try 100. And also the right margin to 100. Okay, let's copy that condition, paste on the other two. We're not going to notice any difference at the moment because it's not within those page widths. But again, we just test it out. Okay, now let's go up to that kind of width, and yeah, you can see there, because of that, it's kicked down and we don't have that nasty 2 and 1 issue at all. So 1, 1, 1, 1. 1. We still do have the bit up here, which is a bit annoying. So it's just between, but it looks with that 980 width again. And then once we get to 900, we're actually okay. What I might do is just try to increase the width or the min width of these. Maybe that would do it. In fact, no, let's just keep it simple. Let's just up this to 150. And I think that'll solve our problem. Okay, so looking good here. Fine, 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 fine. 3 throughout. Yeah, okay, that's great. One thing we don't have is we need to have some margins on the master group here, 10 on either side. Perfect. Okay, we are nearly there with our post job page. We're now going to start building out some workflows. So let's get to that. Let's go back to the UI builder. And let's grab a button and put it down the bottom of this page. You can bold that, put it up to size 18, I think, and the text is going to be post job. I'm going to change the dimensions of this button here. I'm going to give it a fixed width of 150 and a fixed height of 50. I'm going to change the background color to match the purple from the icon and the other parts of the page. Let's put that there. And we'll put that there. That isn't going to work. Conditional, we're going to remove when the button is hovered. And we want it to go on the right hand side of the group. So let's just go here. Let's go to the, that's when we're going to do the text. We need the button itself, layout. And at the moment, is this a row or is it a column? It's a row. If we change it to column, we actually do have the option to put it out on the right hand side. No, we don't. Let's go back to the button. Yeah, horizontal alignment. There we go, on the right hand side. Okay, so when this button is clicked, we're going to start creating the data we need for the various items within the database. So let's click on that. So when post job button is clicked, go into data, we're going to create a new thing, we're creating a new job, and let's go through all the relevant fields here. So the title is probably the first one we care about. and it's going to be based on input. And you can see here, this is where the not labeling the inputs is going to come back to haunt me. So very quickly, and I might actually fast forward through this, but I'm just going to name the various inputs to make it easier to do this part of it. Then let's go back to our workflow and start hooking up the various inputs to the fields that we want to be edited. Okay, so first one obviously is going to be title, and we're going to use input titles value. Next one's going to be location, and it's going to be input locations value. Company name, and then we'll do job description. And also contact email. And URL link as well, which is going to be the website that we direct them to once they click on the ad. The next thing we're going to have to deal with is categories, which is a bit trickier. And we're actually going to have to create a new data type specifically for this. So let's go in here and call this categories. I'm going to create that. We're going to give a field name of category name, and this is going to be a text. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our app data, and we're actually going to create 4 category names. We're going to have SEO jobs, create that. We're going to have lead gen jobs. Suppose second actually PPC jobs. Lead gen jobs. And finally other. We can just be everything else that doesn't fit into those categories. Okay, then we're going to go back to our design tab, and we're going to go to post job. We're going to create a custom state here, and we're going to call this custom state name of category selected. It's going to be user or state type of categories, and it's going to be a list. Okay, and then we're actually going to change this up. So we initially have this in as groups, and I've just realized we really need these as a repeating group. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this group SEO jobs, and we're going to replace it with another type, and we're going to place it with a repeating group. We actually want to end up with the same kind of information being displayed. It just makes it a bit easier if it's in a repeating group form. Anyway, it's going to be type categories, and the data source is going to be do a search for categories. Simple as that. Get rid of that. And then we can actually get rid of these 3 groups here. We're not going to need these anymore. So let's do that quickly. And let's just do a bit of formatting on the repeating group here. 4 rows is fine, 1 column is fine. We do not want a separator. We want to make it a bit bigger. You can see they're very on top of each other at the moment. So let's give it a min height of 100. Not enough. Let's try 150. Still not enough. 250. Okay, that's nearly too much. So let's go with 170, I think. Yeah, I think that's okay. And I'm just going to change the name of this icon away from icon SEO to icon category. What we're going to do is every time this icon is selected, or clicked upon I should say, we're going to create a workflow. And that workflow is going to add that particular category to a repeating group. Maybe what I should do first is actually just refresh this page and show you what that looks like now with the repeating group rather than the regular groups. And what you can see is it looks kind of similar, except we have SEO jobs in 4 times, which obviously isn't what we want. So let's check that out. Good thing I checked it. And the reason is, of course, I didn't put in any dynamic data here. So let's put in dynamic data. And it's going to be current sales categories, category name. And we can get rid of that max, make fixed width. And let's take a look one more time. And this time we should see the 4 different types of categories showing up here. And yeah, we have it there. So what we're going to do is every time we want to click on one of these, we want it to be ticked and we want it to record it somehow. And we're going to do it via these custom states. And the workflow is going to look just like this. Once an icon is clicked, we're going to set the state of an element. The element, of course, is going to be that custom state we just created. So post jobs, category selected, and the value is going to be the current value of that custom state, and then we're going to add in an item, sorry, plus item. And the item, of course, is going to be current sales categories. Okay, so then we're going to use some conditional formatting on the icon here so that when this sales categories is in that custom state, we're going to change it. So when post jobs, category selected, contains current sales categories, we're going to change the icon to not the circle that's empty, but the circle with the tick in it. Okay, let's try this and see if it works. Have our 4 categories, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Now, what we haven't done is build in logic to actually allow people to untick them, which is quite key. And we also need to record them. So let's work on the unticking logic first. What we're going to say is, for the workflow we just created, we're only going to run it if the custom state does not contain the category at the moment. So we're going to go to post jobs, category selected, does not contain current sales categories. And then we're basically going to do the inverse as well, which will allow people to delete them or unselect them. So when the custom state does contain something, just contains, we are going to minus it. And one thing I didn't do is, no, that should be okay actually. Let's check it out. So categories loading, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. Excellent. That's working fine. So the last thing we need to do is we need to record that. So we're going to say when the button is clicked, we're going to say categories, and we're going to add what we're going to add is that custom states values, post jobs, category selected, each item's category name. Perfect. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the various tiers. And we're again going to use custom states to let people know which one exactly it should save down in the database. And we're also going to use a bit of formatting to show which one is highlighted. So the end result here is going to be when a user is presented with this screen, they are going to have to click one of them. And once it's clicked, it's going to be highlighted in a color just to show that it has been selected. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to our custom states and we're going to create a new one. And again, doing it at the top of the page. So this time it's going to be tier selected. And rather than the text type, we're actually going to make this a number. Let's create that. And we're going to make the default 1. And then we're going to use some formatting. So we're going to say that when this group, when the custom state is 1, then this is going to be highlighted in the color. So let's just do that. So we're going to go to post jobs, tier selected is 1, and then the color is going to be something like the purple, but not quite. So I think the right one to do is actually this one here, 48308A, and the transparency is actually only going to be 10, so quite light. Okay, loading up. Default is 1, so this should be highlighted when the page fully loads. You can see there that's very faint actually. Only 10. I'm going to try putting that up to 15 just because that's much fainter than I thought it was. And I think that should be okay then. Again, we just need something to represent that this particular tier has been selected. Yeah, happy with that. Okay, and then we're going to say we're going to use some workflow actions, much like we did with the categories. So let's go back to the group and let's go to start edit workflow. And we're going to say when group free tier 1 is clicked, we are going to set state of an element. And the element we're setting the state of is that custom group one more time, tier selected, and it's going to be 1. And then we're going to repeat the same thing for the better and the best tiers. So I can see here I've got to put in a price for the best. We were giving that away for free. So let's change that now to 199. You can obviously set your own prices here, and we'll have to link this up with Stripe later, just to be aware of that. So let's go back to our conditions, copy this, back into the better tier, paste that down, and that's going to be 2. Copy this, and paste this, and when it's 3. And then when tier 2 is clicked on, we're going to do the exact same workflow as we did for tier 1, but obviously instead of setting the state as 1, we're going to set it as 2. And we're going to do the same thing again for tier 3. An interesting thing to think about is which would be the defaults. You know, it really depends on the strength of your audience. If you're really only expecting free ads at the very start, well then maybe you should make the free one the default just so people don't get scared away. But if you already have an audience and you can get people paying straight up, then it might be a better idea to actually have the better or the best tier as a default, just so that's seen as kind of more normal by people when they're checking out. But that's really up to you. Okay, so this is the default, better, best. And you have to select 1, which is exactly what we want. Okay, so that's fine. We just need to capture this now in our workflow. So let's go back to here, and we're going to say create new job. And then this is where we're going to have to actually do a separate workflow. So we're going to say make changes to a thing. The thing we're going to be changing is result of step 1. And we're going to be saying tier 1 is yes, only when post jobs tier selected is 1. And we're going to have to repeat this for 2 and 3. So let's put that in there. And put that in there. Let's make this one 2. So we're going to say tier 2 is yes, only when post jobs tier selected is 2. And finally, oh, I should have put this up here actually. Can we drag that? We can. Excellent. Yeah, so this is going to be tier 3 equals yes. And the reason we can't put this in the original, capturing data area here is because we put it in here, then how do we let Bubble know that we're only doing tier 1 when tier 1 is selected and tier 2? So it's a bit annoying that we have to do these 3 extra workflows, but unfortunately it's the only way, or at least the only way I can think of at the moment, that we can do that. Okay, so now that we have that done, I think the next thing to do is test out our database and make sure that it's capturing all the info. And even as I say that, I just remembered we didn't actually put in the image, which is quite a key thing. So let's do that now. So one more thing here. I'm going to be saying logo is logo uploaders value. Okay, so once the user press the post job button, then they're going to be capturing all this data. One thing we need to do as well is reset the relevant inputs. So I suggest that we test this out. So let's put in some dummy data and see if it's being captured in our database. And as I'm starting to put in dummy data, it might be a good time to talk about where you actually get job postings from. Most people, when they're starting off a job board, they're not really going to have an audience, or at least I didn't. So the way most people bootstrap job postings is they post them themselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take posts from this site, SEOjobs.com, which is actually a really well designed job board site. It's run by a guy called Peter Askew, who's a bit of a legend in the job board space. You can see there he has websites such as onions.com, ranchwork.com, which is another great niche job board site, and birthdayparties.com. Well worth a follow on Twitter if you're interested in the job board industry. But anyway, that's how most job boards start. You really just go into existing postings and post them on your own site. This is quite manual. I know some people who scrape it, and that can be done. I never did, to be honest. I actually worked with a virtual assistant for a while who helped me out with them. It wasn't great, so I did most of it myself, but it can be done. But anyway, this is a good example of an SEO job, so we're going to post this on our digital marketing job site. So the job title is Product Director, SEO and Partnerships. Let's copy that. The location is Atlanta. Company name is FanDuel, I believe. And the application URL is, okay, this is another kind of think of is, are we going to send them to, where are we going to send them to essentially? And I think the best thing to do is really to send them to the end company site. It's just, I feel if you're posting an ad without their permission, you can at least give them the benefit of the free traffic. So I would always recommend, if you were going to take postings from a website, give them the link, post the URL that feeds directly to their careers page. Okay, so let's do that. Contact email. We're just going to put in a dummy one for this example. So let's just say alex@testmail.com. And in case that's an actual email, let's just put in alex22402 or whatever. It's going to be an SEO job. Company logo. Let's quickly upload a logo for FanDuel. And you can see in our database that we have captured all the information with the categories, location, title, and everything else we wanted. So happy enough with that. Now let's go back to our editor. And we want to give users the ability to see a preview of their job. So just in case they're not happy with any of the inputs, they can then go back and edit it. But first of all, we have to show them the preview. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to our menu here. We're going to go to add new page. The new page name is going to be preview job. And we're going to clone it from our post job page. Next, I'm just going to delete some of the elements on this page so we have a bit more of a blank canvas for creating our preview jobs page. I'm just going to fast forward through this. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take some inspiration again from We Work Remotely, which is the website I mentioned earlier, in terms of the layout of the job page. So even though we're only showing a preview, the preview should obviously match as closely as possible what the actual job page is going to be. So we're going to start off by just having the posted date at the very top of this page. So let's do that now. So we're going to take our text and say posted. And then we're going to give, and one thing we didn't think of is, okay, where are we getting this data from? So let me go back and start again. We are going to have to set the type of this page as jobs. And then what we're going to do is once the user is on the post job page, we're actually going to send that page's data to this page. So basically it's taking all the values from the post job page and it's sending it over to the preview jobs page. So let's just do that now. We're back on the post jobs page in just a second. And let's go down to our workflow. So user clicks post job, start edit workflow. Okay, so it does all these things and then it's going to navigate to go to page, preview jobs, and it's going to send data, the parent groups thing, which is not exactly what we're looking for. Oh, sorry, we're going to be sending step one's job. So results of step one's job. Yeah, okay, so sending jobs data there. Okay, and then let's go back to the preview job page. Hopefully now we should be sending job from the jobs page to the preview jobs page. So let's go into design. I'm back on the preview jobs page. Okay, and posted, insert dynamic data, current page jobs, and then we'll go for created date. We're going to format this to a specific date, so format it as, I personally like the, I like this format but without the year. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this to custom, and we're just going to do month, year, I think. And then we're going to have it all as uppercase. Okay, so that's going to be the post part there. Then we're going to copy and paste this down. Margins there are a bit big, so let's undo that straight away. And let's change the name of this group as well, actually. This is a real danger when you start fiddling around with pasting groups from one to another. You can end up with some names that are just completely off. Okay, so let's have, yeah, same on top, but let's only have 15 on the bottom, and then we'll have none on the top here, and 15 on the bottom. Okay, in this one we're going to have current page jobs position, current page jobs, company, or no, title I should say. And we're going to make this a bit bigger in terms of font, so we'll remove that style, and we're going to put this up at 24. Let's copy and paste this down. Let's put it back down to 18. And this one is going to be current pages, jobs, location. And we're also going to put in a little icon next to this just to represent the location itself. So let's take that, put that in here. Is there a location icon, I wonder? There's usually kind of Google Maps style one that you can use. It might be in a different icon set is the only thing. Let's see what we can find here. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Remove that style. We're going to make it black just so it aligns with everything else. And we'll give it 25, 25. And then we'll stick this in a row container next to that, just so it's the same. And we'll make this last. And we'll just adjust this group, job, preview, location. We'll get rid of that min width. And we'll get rid of that min height as well. We won't fit with the content. We'll let it take up the entire space. We do want it in the middle of the group. I'm not quite sure. Oh, it's the margin I suppose it's taking up. I think that's actually okay. So just a margin on the bottom. This is why this group is bigger. So that's actually okay. Okay, so we have the post day, we have the job title, we have the actual location. Next, we're going to want to put in the description. So let's do that. That's going to be current page jobs description. And let's take this style as a starting point, and then we're probably going to make it a bit smaller because it's quite big at the moment. Copy formatting, and then paste formatting. Layout. Do not make it fixed width. Do not give it a min height. And what's our margin? 10 at the side there, so let's do that as well for this. Okay, and we'll give this a bit more space on top. So let's go to margins, and let's put a 30 margin on top. Yeah, I think that could be okay. And then let's make this slightly, let's not bold it, and let's make it slightly smaller. Okay, so let's see how this works. So what I'm going to suggest we do is we go back to our preview job page, and we will put in another job. So I'm going to actually just fast forward through. There's no point in you watching me manually put in a load of fields. Okay, so have all those details in. Let's click on post job. And you can see we're brought to the preview job page. We're sending the data through, hopefully. And yeah, you can see it's come up there. Okay, a couple of things obviously very wrong with this. First of all, the date there doesn't make any sense. So we need to figure out what the story with that is. Title seems fine. Remote seems fine. And then this looks really ugly here, which is not great. So we got to work on that. And we also want to give it a bit more room on either side. And then finally, we actually didn't even put in an apply button, which is obviously quite key. So with all that in mind, let's go about fixing that. So let's go back into here. I wonder what's wrong with the date. Formatted as. Let's just go with that. That's probably easier. I also want to change the font here to more of a gray, just to kind of distinguish it. So let's remove that. And let's put that as a gray. Maybe a bit darker. Yeah. And then let's group all of these. Actually, no, we can just use the margin on the master one here. So let's put significant padding on either side, just so that there's a bit of space. Yeah, that seems better already. And then we also need to put in an apply button, which really should have been the first thing that we thought of, which was a bit silly. So I'm going to put this in between the location and the description. Remove that. What we could actually do is we go back to our post job page and save the other button we had built as a style, and then we can reuse that style on that button rather than doing it every single time we come across a button. Again, just best practices that will help you throughout. While I'm creating a style for the button, what I might do is once this is hovered, just to kind of give it a bit of an animation. So when this button is hovered, we're going to change the background color to a slight variation on this. Let's just make it a bit less bright. We can do that. Then let's go back and we will save this style as button main. Perfect. Then we can go back to our preview jobs page. And let's change this to, okay. Text here is going to be apply on companies. Actually, just leave it as apply, keep it nice and simple. I don't particularly like the dimensions of this. Let's give it a 45, and yeah, I think that's okay. Let's give it a bit more room at the top and the bottom. Too much. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let's go back to our page and refresh it. So still a bit of work to do, particularly on the description part, which is far from perfect, but we're getting there. Okay, a bit of an action as we hover over it. Okay. Yeah, I think apart from the all this stuff, which is obviously quite key. This is okay. One thing we're going to do actually is just run on the preview page. So when this is the actual end job page and people click apply, then it's obviously going to take them to the company site. But we want to indicate this on the preview page. So what we're going to do, we're just going to put in an alert. So we search for elements, search for alert. Let's put that up there. And say when you click on this button, applicants will be brought to the company's ad page when this button is clicked. Layout, not going to make that fixed width 300, no min height, fit height to content, that seems fine. Bit of work here just on the formatting, so let's remove that style. Let's take the purple color that we love so much and use it as part of the alert. Let's change the font. Okay, and I meant to change the background there actually rather than the actual text itself. So we'll fix that in a second. TM sounds regular. Pull that. Copy that. And then change this to white, which is FFFFFF. It's the background color we want to change to purple. No border. Yeah, it looks. So essentially when someone clicks on this apply button, they're just going to be shown this alert on the preview page. So let's go to button apply, start at the workflow. So a message in the alert box, and that's the alert we want. So let's test that out very quickly. So again, you're on your preview job page, you're like, oh, I wonder what happens when I click the apply button. Okay, they're going to be showing that alert. Now, why is there a gap there? What happens if we scroll down the page and do it? Nothing good. We kind of want that to stick to the top of the page is the annoying thing. I wonder is there some thing we can do there? Click position the alert at the top. Okay, that seems to work. Ah, yeah, you can see when I tick that box, no matter where you on the page, it shows up there. Perfect. Okay, so next thing we need to figure out is how to make this in a better format, because that just looks a bit crap at the moment. So let's work on that now. And what we're actually going to need to do is install a plugin, because the issue isn't so much with the text, it's just that we can't format it at the moment. So I'm back on our post job page, and you can see here, I'm just using the classic multi-line input. But that doesn't really allow people to capture things like bolding, like bullets, not even spacing particularly well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to plugins and I'm going to search for a rich text editor. So we're going to click on add plugins. And I'm going to search for rich text. And this is the one we want. It's by Bubble, it's free. So let's install that. And let's click done. And once we're back in our editor, we can replace the existing multi-line input with the rich text editor. That should be coming up right now. Yeah, you can see it in the bottom, rich text editor. So let's right click on this. And let's click replace by another type. We're going to be replacing it with the rich text input. Replace that. That's causing some issues, as you can see. So we'll work through that in a minute. Okay, so it's there, but the layout is just not great. Let's get rid of that. Layout. And see, this hasn't really been upgraded to the new responsive engine, which is kind of annoying, but no biggie all the same. So, width, let's put in 600 for now, and a height of 400. And okay, what's the kind of standard width we're using here? So if the whole width is 1100 and this can take up as much space as it wants and 10 on either side, so that gets us to 1080, I think. So let's make the width of it 1080, and then we're going to make the minimum width is going to be, I think 20% should be fine. Yeah, that'd be about 200, which would be, yeah, plenty. Okay, so you can see that seems to be working okay. Let's preview this page. Actually, first let's check out these issues. Okay, why is that happening? Not quite sure what those conditions are, but let's remove them anyway. I think they're just default ones that we don't really need. And then what are we doing here? So I'm guessing this is something to do with the workflows. Oh yeah, so description is going to be just multi-line inputs value. Excellent. Let's preview this page. And you should see now that when we're pasting in the description, we've a lot more room to put in bullets and things like that. So digital marketing jobs page is loading. So let's go down here to our multi-line input. And let's copy in some text from this here. So let's say we want to capture some headings and some bullets. Let's copy that and let's paste that in there. Okay, and straight away you can see that's looking a lot better. We can bold things, we have bullets, so that's going to capture it a lot better. So I played around with this a few times when I was building Qualified, and I think there's actually too many options here. We don't really want users to have the ability to add in hyperlinks or images. You can if you want, but what I found is actually best is if we go back to post job, is that there's a couple of different versions of the rich text editor. And one that I found works best is actually just style complexity medium. That's going to get rid of quite a few things. We still have the headings. Actually, I think even basic was probably what I went for, was it? Yeah, basic. All you can do is you can bold, you can do italics, and that's really all you need. I think as well it's probably better to change the background color of this to white. Just looks a bit better. Let's preview that one more time. Let's copy this text again. That all looks fine. Job description. Okay, the fact that there's no border makes it's not obvious you need to click on it, so let's change that as well. And so let's go to border solid. I think that color's probably fine. Yeah. Okay. Last time, hopefully. Okay, I think that's pretty obvious. So let's click on that. Let's click paste. And great, we can now capture some of the bullets and we can capture this. One thing is you might see, okay, you can bold, you can put in heading. You can't put in bullets up here. So again, you might want to give them this functionality, but what you actually can do is let's say they want to make this line here a bullet. If they just put in the dash key on the keyboard and put it in space, it comes in as a bullet. So bullets are quite possible. Okay, I've now put in some more dummy job details. You can see here everything is filled out and we can capture the description much better with this new rich text input. So what we're going to do now is we're going to post this and see how it looks on the preview page. And you can see this is looking much better. This is much more like something you'd actually want to see on a page. So pretty happy with that. Now, the next step we need to do is let's say someone sees this, but they realize, oh, I've made a mistake. So for example, for this particular job here, I can see I haven't actually put any details on the salary. They seem to be putting it in the title here. So let's say they want to go back and make a change to their job post before finalizing it and clicking post job. So what we're going to do is we're going to build in the functionality for the user to be able to edit their job post just before they finish actually posting it. The way we're going to achieve this functionality is by creating an edit job page. And we're actually going to use our existing post job page as a template for that. So we're going to go to add a new page. We're going to call the new page name edit job. And we're going to clone it from the post job page. The first thing we're going to do on this edit job page is we're going to set the type of content to being job. The reason we're doing that is when a user's on the preview job page and they want to make a change, they're actually going to send that job's data to this page. This means that when they open this up, we can put in initial content in the various input fields. So instead of being presented with blank input boxes, they're going to be presented with the current values for that specific job. So again, we can go to, for example, job title and set the initial content as current page jobs title. And we can do the same thing for the various other input fields here. So let's go through that quickly. categories is a bit trickier. There's no easy way to send a list of data from one page to another, which is kind of what we need in order to have the right presets here. So if the users choose category 1, we want this to be ticked, category 2, etc. So we're going to use a bit of a workaround, which just takes a bit more work, but it's nothing too strenuous. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into our database. We're going to go into user and we're going to create a new field. And that new field is going to be called categories selected. The field type is going to be category, and it's going to be a list. That is important. That is a list rather than a single entry. Then we're going to go back to our post job page, so right back when we were actually setting up the data on this page initially. And we're going to go into the workflow that's related to our post job button. So if we click here, you might remember that we're capturing a lot of data when we click on this, and we're actually just going to capture one more. So start edit workflow. And then just before we navigate to the preview jobs page, we're going to insert an action, and we're going to make changes to the current user. And that changes are going to be is we're going to create a list and a category selected list, and we're going to set list, and it's going to be equal to the custom state on this page. You might remember that we previously saved data in a custom state up here related to the category. So category selected, I'm just going to leave that. So basically, let's say that the user has chosen SEO jobs and other as their categories. So other and SEO jobs is going to be saved in this list here. Now, we haven't actually done any user registration, but this will still work, which is good. Okay, so now that that's saved to the user and it's going to be sent to the preview jobs page, we're going to go back to preview jobs and we're going to create a link that takes us back to the edit job page. At the moment, we don't have that created. So if we go up here, let's see we have the post job. What we're going to do is we're going to copy that. We're going to paste that, and we're going to change this container here to a row container. We're going to right align it. We're going to take this first button here and we're going to change it to edit job. We're actually going to change the letter spacing to 0 as well. We don't like that as 2. Do the same for the other one. Let's go back here. Edit job. We'll put a different style on this, so we're going to copy that. We're going to get rid of the background color, and then we're going to change its text to that purple color. Okay, we'll put a bit of a bright border on it just so it's not right on top of the post job button. Let's say 20, even 25. Okay, and when this edit job button is clicked on, we're going to go back to the edit job page, or to it for the first time, I should say. So when button edit job is clicked, go to page, edit job, and again we're sending the current page jobs data. Okay, so let's see if this works. I think we're going to have to do a upload from scratch in terms of a new job, because we won't have currently captured the current user's list, which means that we won't see that pre-select in the icons. One thing I actually should have mentioned as well is that we just go back to that edit job page. We've now created the action that's going to send the list of categories to this page, but I just wanted to emphasize that if we go back to this, we still have the original conditionals from the post job page in here. So what you'll see is if we click on one of these icons, we should see that's the group. Let's click on the icon itself. Yeah, so when this page's custom state contains the relevant category, it's going to change to a tick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the post job page, and I'm going to preview this, and I'm just going to put in some more dummy data, and then we will see if it all comes true as we hope on the edit job page. Okay, so we have all that data in. Let's click on post job and hopefully we should get a nice preview. And you can see there that's looking pretty well. Formatting much nicer. And now the key test is if we want to edit the job, we will see if we capture all the information on the edit job page. The title seems to be there, location seems to be there, company name, URL, and that. Okay, we still have an issue with the categories in that it's not coming through. And the reason I've just realized it's not coming through is we forgot one final step, and that's on this preview job page. We never did a workflow to actually set the custom state. So even though the current user's list of categories is being sent to this page, we're not capturing that anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to go back into our workflows for edit job. We need to put in a workflow for when the page is loaded. And we're going to set state. And we're setting the state of this page is category selected custom state. So if we look for that underneath the custom states here, and we are going to make it current user category selected, and as simple as that. So let's just refresh this page, and hopefully this time now we'll see that SEO jobs icon get ticked. And you can see that's come through. So that's how we capture the categories on the edit job page. So all this is fine. The one thing we just need to update now is make sure that the right tier is being captured when we go to the edit job page. We're going to follow a very similar approach to the tiers. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to our edit job page and we're going to set a new custom state. You can see we currently have tier select and category select already in there, and we're just going to set that tier selected based on what happens when the page loads. So if we just go to when page is loaded, we're already setting the state of the category selected, and we're also going to set the state of the tier. So set state of an element. Element is going to be edit job, and the custom state is going to be tier selected. And the value is going to be 1 only when the current page jobs tier 1 is yes, and then we're just going to repeat this for 2 and 3. So that way if tier 2 gets sent to this page, then automatically tier 2 is going to get highlighted, and the same for tier 3. Okay, now that is done, what we're going to do is we're just going to put one more job through quickly to make sure that everything is working okay. So I'm going to post some more dummy job data in here, and I will fast forward through it again just so you don't have to watch me put in item by item. Okay, so all information is in. I'm going to set this as a tier 3 job, which is the most premium one. We're now going to be taken to the preview job page where we'll be able to see whether everything came through just as we wanted it. That looks quite good. Happy enough with that. Great. So now the key is when we click on edit job, we're going to be brought to this edit job screen. And again, hopefully all the information there is pre-populated. It looks like it is. And just to make sure the tiers are correctly there. Great. So now we know that our edit job page functionality is correctly there. So let's say, for example, we incorrectly put in the location as Houston and we wanted to put it in as Austin. Now we've got to build a workflow that's going to capture that revision to the job and again show us the updated information on the preview job page. So let's go back to our bubble editor and we're going to go back to our edit job page. And we're going to build a workflow for the post job button that's located down at the bottom of the page. Now you can see this button has actually already inherited workflows from the post job page, which we copied to make this edit job page. So there's quite a few things here that are useful for a reference. You can see here, this is the original create a new job workflow. So what we're going to do is we're going to insert an action here, And the action, rather than being create a new job, is actually going to be make changes to a thing. And the thing is going to be the current page job. And then what we can do is we can go through all these fields here, and rather than having this workflow where they're created new, we're simply going to change them based on any change we made in the inputs. So we're going to start off with title, location, and company name. And the title is going to be input titles value. And a similar story for location and company name. Next, we're going to look at description, email, and URL. And finally, we will add categories, logo, and on hold. On hold is going to remain as yes for now because, again, the user hasn't actually paid for their job slot or finalized it at this stage, so it's going to remain on hold. The logo is going to remain the logo uploader's value. And then finally, just like we did for when we were creating a new job, for categories, we're going to add, what we're adding is edit job, category selected, each item's category name. Okay, so then we get rid of the create a new job workflow action. And what we're also going to do is we're going to change the result of step 1 for all these steps here. And again, this is quite similar to what we had last time. Result of step 1 and result of step 1. Reset relevant inputs and go to page preview job. And this time the data we're sending is going to be the result of step 1 again. Happy with these workflows, so I'm going to put through one more set of dummy job data just so we can test it out and make sure that the edit job functionality is working okay. So let's get rid of the edit job and go to instead to post job. We're going to use the same format page for the checkout page with this kind of banner area on top showing what step we're at, and then the lower area with the gray background and the white area where the content is in focus. So what we're going to do is in our bubble editor, we're actually just going to copy the preview job page. So we'll click on add a new page, and this page name is going to be called checkout, and it's going to be cloned from the preview job page. We're now going to apply this purple formatting to step 3, again just to highlight that we're on the final stage of this 3-step process to the user. Now that that's complete, we can go about rearranging the content on this page to better suit our checkout page. So we're going to delete a few things here. And we're going to rearrange some of the text here. So instead of showing the current page's job title, what this piece of text is actually going to show is how much the user is going to be charged for this job slot. You can see I have €0 in there. So you might remember from earlier on, we had 3 different tiers. The basic tier, which is free, or €0. We had tier 2, which is €99, and tier 3, which is €199. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if the current page job tier 2 is yes, then this text is going to change. Instead of being 0, it's going to be 99. And as you can imagine, when it's tier 3, it's going to be 199. So just a way of showing the different costs for the different tiers. We're then going to change this button here. Instead of being apply, it's going to be purchase advert. Purchase post maybe is a better way of describing it. We'll also need to make the button width a bit wider just to allow the text a bit of room to breathe. So let's put it to 180. It looks like those letters are a bit close together. So let's just remove this style for a second. And yeah, the letter spacing is a 2. And because we had a style on that, it's actually going to apply to all styles. So let's just edit the style to get rid of that. And we'll put this back to 0. And you can see that's much closer together now back in our editor. And we're going to take this text element which is left over from the preview jobs page. We're just going to put it together up there, and we'll get rid of that top margin and put it on the bottom instead. So let's put 30 there, and let's put that down to 15. And what we're going to say is, in fact, we don't even need a 15. And the purpose of this is just to give the user a bit of instruction as to what's going to happen next. So what we're going to say is when you click the purchase post button, you will be asked to input your credit card details. After this is complete, you will redirect it to the home page where you can view your post. To take our payments, we are going to integrate our app with Stripe. It's by far the easiest payment processor to use with Bubble, so we're going to set that up now. And the first thing we need to do is go into our plugins, and we need to search for the Stripe plugin. So let's go to Add Plugins. And you can see here the top one coming in is a Stripe plugin built by Bubble, so this is one you want to install. Once that's installed, go to your plugins and you'll see here that we're requiring some keys to be put in here. There's the live secret key, live publishable key, and then the secret key for development, and the publisher key for development. You are going to need to set up a Stripe account to be able to process payments. I'm not going to go into that in this video. There's plenty of other great tutorials out there on how to do that. It's really straightforward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the keys from my previous qualified job board, and I'm just going to put them in here to show how we do this. Just to know, these are going to be development keys only. There's no point in using live keys for demonstration purposes. So just keep in mind, for when you're building your own app, you will need to put in these two these two keys here, the live secret key and the live publishable key. Okay, so I've put in my secret key development and publishable key development in here. They are blurred out for obvious security reasons. But again, when you're building your own app, you will need to have the live secret key and live publishable key in there as well. Now let's go back to our design tab and let's build a workflow out to actually capture the user's credit card details. So once they click on the purchase post button, we're going to start edit workflow. And you can see here we have an existing workflow. That's actually a legacy one from the previous page's apply button. So we're just going to get rid of this. And we're going to click here to add a new action. And we're going to use this one here, charge the current user. And you'll see straight away a number of different fields are brought up. The payer email, so the person paying. Now we could use current user's email. This probably would be okay, but what I prefer to do is to use the current page jobs contact email. So that would have been the email that I would have put in on the very initial post job page. We're going to have to build two separate workflows here, one for when it's a tier 2 job and one for when it's a tier 3 job. So the amount, let's assume it's a tier 2 job, and it's going to be 99. I'm in Ireland again, so we're charging in euros, and we're going to give a description of job post tier 2. We'll also make that this payment statement descriptor. You can put in some more details here if you like, but that will do for our current needs. So you can see that they're in there. And we're only going to do this when the current page job tier 2 is yes. Perfect. And then we're going to copy this workflow here. We're going to paste it. And we're going to change this 99 to 199. We're only going to do that when the tier 3 is yes. And statement descriptor is obviously going to be tier 3. Again, you can probably come up with some better descriptors when you're building your own job board, but they'll do for our purposes. Now, so that is looking fine. What are we going to do then? So once we've charged the user money, what do we want to actually do? Well, we want to take the job off hold. So what we're going to do is we're going to make changes to a thing. And the thing is the current page jobs. And the field we're changing is on hold. You might remember we put that on on yes earlier. We're now going to put it on no. That was the point of this, basically, so it wouldn't go live until we actually take off the on hold. You'll see in a minute that we can use this to filter for jobs that are off hold when we're building our main page. We're then going to navigate to the index page. As we said to our users in the instruction on the page, they're going to be redirected to index or home page and be shown their job there. So that is how we charge for job posts. Let's test this out and see how it works. I do want to highlight one final thing. So this again is because we've copied and pasted from the preview job page, but you will see the type of content on this page is job, and we will want our users to navigate to this page via the preview job page. So we're just going to go back here and we're going to say when they click on post job. In fact, that probably would be better put as checkout. The workflow here is going to be navigation, go to page, checkout. And once again, we're sending the current page jobs data. Okay, so let's see if this will work. I'm not quite sure what tier we had left this job on, so let's go back into our edit button and our edit job page, I should say, and change it to a tier 3. That way we can be sure that we should be charged and we can figure out if we're not, why that is the case. So let's click on edit job. And you can see at the moment it actually is on a tier 2, so we're okay. Let's just change it to a tier 3. Be a good way of testing to make sure everything is working. So we're going to post that job. Brought to the preview job page, everything looking fine. Let's go to checkout. And you can see there total cost is 199, which is correct. Our instructions are there. So when we click on purchase post, we can see something is happening in the background. And we're presented with this payment form here. So because this is currently in test mode, we can actually put in details. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a Stripe dummy card details. And then we're going to click pay. You can see that it's gone through successfully with the dummy details. By the way, if you ever do want to use a dummy card details for Stripe, just Google Stripe dummy card details and you will find that. Okay, we can see here that your credit card was successfully charged, which is great. And we're redirected to the index page. This is currently showing up as blank because we have nothing on it, but we have successfully charged our user for a job post and we've captured the job details, which is great. I want to make 2 final changes to the checkout page just to make it a bit more attractive from a user point of view. But just before that, I actually want to show that a payment did go through on my Stripe. So I'm going into my Stripe dashboard here. You'll see is also the test environment for the dashboard. So, completely different to what I showed at the beginning of this video. That was actually what I experienced in real money, I suppose, when I was running qualified. This is purely test payments using that dummy card data that we did. And as you can see here, that €199 payment has gone through. So that is just to show you how it comes through on your Stripe. And if we go back to our bubble editor, the first thing we're going to do is, and I'm just going to go to the checkout page now, is we're going to put in a little Stripe logo. You can often see on e-commerce or SaaS sites or wherever you're purchasing something online and they use Stripe as their payment processor, they'll often have this little powered by Stripe logo there just to give the users a bit of reassurance that this is a legitimate operation. We are using Stripe, which is seen as a gold standard by many for payment processors. So we're just going to add in a little image to highlight that we are using Stripe. And if you actually Google Stripe media assets, you should get the link to where you can get these images from. You'll see here it's actually under brand assets. And he wrote this really nice page where you can download either a logo or you can download badges. And they have these here explicitly for people who are going to use them as part of their business. And again, we are using Stripe on our checkout page, so we're okay to download these badges. And then back in our bubble editor, what we can do is we can get an image element and we can use that to house our Stripe logo. I'm just going to drop it here in between the text and the purchase button. So that's in here now. We can make it a bit bigger. So let's go to layout. I'll make it a fixed width of 150 and we will give it a min height of, let's say 70, which seems a bit too big. So let's just do 50 and even 45. That's fine. I do know that most of the elements on this page are spaced out in a kind of not symmetric manner. So let's go to our group that's housing them all. And you can see here we have some groups that probably aren't named what they should be because we've been copying pages. So let's call this group checkout content. And we're going to apply gap spacing between the elements and we're going to make that 15. We can then get rid of all the various margins that we put in on the top and bottom just so everything is, like I said, nice and symmetrical. So let's do that very quickly. And you can see that everything is nice and clean on the page there. So quite happy with that. The last thing I'm going to do is just make sure that this is looking okay on the various screen widths that users might be using. So let's go to our responsive tab up here. It's okay on 1200 as we'd expect, given that's what we've been building on. As we get a bit lower down, that's still fine, still fine. And then 320, the trickiest. We've obviously done some formatting on previous pages to hide some parts of it, and that's looking fine. So quite happy with it all from a responsive point of view. Now that we've built out the functionality to allow users to post and pay for job slots, we're going to build out the main pages of the site. This is going to be the home page and the various job pages themselves. Before I get building here, I want to go back to We Work Remotely, which is a job board site that I took quite a bit of inspiration from when I was running my niche job board site. And I want to look at what you should have in an effective homepage for your job. So you'll see here that they have a kind of brief description of what the job site is about, in this case remote work. It has a call to action for posting jobs, and then it gets straight into the jobs. There are some different tiers here, so you can see some jobs are featured, they have the new flag next to them. If we scroll down a bit further, what you'll see is some do not have that featured, they're not highlighted in yellow, they don't even have the logo. So this is why we gave our job slots different tiers. Some tiers are going to get the royal treatment and get all the benefits of being pinned to the top, having the featured slot, and showing a new flag next to it, whereas others are just going to be the kind of bare minimum, job posting here, no company logo, not highlighted. I want to go on to one more job site because I think different job sites do different things really well. And the next one we're going to go on to is remoteok.com, which is another remote job board site run by Peter Levels, who you may or may not heard of, quite a famous indie hacker style character. What I really like about Remote OK is they have this banner at the bottom, which asks you to input your email to get the job sent on some sort of regular basis. Email is likely going to be a big driver of traffic to any job board site is successful. So I would highly recommend you have some sort of call to action where people can input their email really easily, because it really is one of the main things you want to capture. Apart from that, it's quite similar actually in a way to We Work Remotely. You have the various job slots, and some have different features depending on how much people have paid for them. And we might actually just look at one final one, and we'll go back to this SEOjobs.com site that's run by Peter Askew, again another well-known figure in the job board space. But if we go to their homepage, what you'll see is, again, they have this kind of featured job slot where they put in the premium jobs. They have the email capture at the side here, which is very prominent, and then the call to action is about posting a job. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some of the best features from all three of these sites, and we're going to apply it to our own niche job board site here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by putting a hero section here, and we're going to have the email capture in the hero section. Again, I really think it's a huge thing to be able to capture emails and send them jobs on a regular basis. So that's going to be really prominent. Then we're going to have the jobs underneath it, much like we do in Remote OK or in We Work Remotely. We'll have a kind of a container for each one, and depending on what tier job it is, it's going to have different features, much like the We Work Remotely one. So with that, let's get building. First thing I'm going to do is set the dimensions of our index page. I should say that's the second thing we're going to do. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to set the job title to Digital Marketing Jobs. We're going to set the layout to a container. We're going to make sure it's a width for the UI builder of 1280, and we're going to give it a min height for now of 3000. We may change that later on. Next thing we're doing is we're going to grab a group, and we're going to drop it on the page here. This group is going to be the hero container. It's again going to be a column, so let's do that. And because I can't really see it at the moment, I'm just going to give it a bit of a flat color for now, just so I can see it as I'm doing it. And even still, I can't seem to find it on the page. So let's go here, page index, and there we are, group hero container. I'm going to change the dimensions of this. We're not going to make that a fixed width. We are going to give it a min width of 300, and we're going to give it a min height of 400. We'll horizontal align it, and next we're going to drop in a text element and then another group element. The text element is literally going to describe what the job site represents. So I'm just literally going to say browse the latest digital marketing jobs. Make that a capital L. And we're going to do some formatting on the text here. Min width again is going to be 300. We will not fit height to the content, or we will, but we're just going to delete the min height part of that. We will remove the current style. We're going to create a new style, which we will call main heading, I think. So let's go to create a new style, and we'll go to hero title. And then we're going to make some changes to this style. We are going to change the font to black. We're going to change the size to 32, and we're going to change the font to match up with everything else. And we'll bold it as well. Back to our design editor. We're going to do a couple more things. We're going to center it, and we're going to center align the text as well. And I'll have to go back to the style to do that. So we should have done that a second ago. Put that in there. Perfect. Then we're going to copy this text. We're going to paste it. And we're going to say, get the latest jobs sent to your inbox every, and I'm just going to say Monday, assuming the people are more likely to look at their jobs newsletters on a Monday. I did run a few experiments on this between mixing up the jobs being sent on a Monday and on a Friday. No conclusive evidence, but I do think it's probably a bit better to send your jobs newsletter on a Monday because it may have a better chance of being opened. You know, people started the week in work, maybe not happy, maybe looking for something new. Okay, we're going to remove this style and we're going to create a new style, and we're going to call this new style hero subheader. Subtitle even. Create that, and then we're going to edit the style, and we're not going to bold it, and we're going to reduce it down to 20. Back to our design tab, and then we're going to drop in a group, and this is going to be the group that contains the actual email sign up. So we're going to call this group email capture, and we're going to drop two things inside here. We're going to drop in an input element, and we're going to drop in a button. So let's just get the two of them in there now. Put that there. We're going to make this type of container a row container. And we are not going to give it a fixed width. Again, the min width is going to be 300. And the min height, there will not be one. Okay, so we want to get this center aligned as well. And that is still not where we want it because the container alignment is what we needed to do. Okay, so taking shape, this is still obviously way away from anything you'd really want to show on a website, but let's play around with this. So I'm going to change the layout here. Again, not going to be fixed width and not going to be fixed height. We do want a min height though on it, so let's put that in as 40. And let me just see, group email capture. I think 45 might be a good minimum to have in here. So let's set that to 45 as well. And the placeholder is going to be you@youremail.com. Should be expecting an email. And we're going to remove this style and we're going to create a new style. And we're going to call this email capture. Let's create that. And let's edit that style then. Okay, similar enough, we're going to make this font size 20. I'm going to change the color to black, and we're going to go with our usual font. We're going to remove these conditionals. I don't particularly like them, so let's go back here. That actually looks quite a bit big, even though this is 20 and this is 20. That just feels too big to me. So let's go and change that again. Let's put it down to 18. And that's a bit better. Okay, so this is obviously way too big at the moment. So let's set a max width on this of 450. And I think that should give plenty of space on desktop for people to put their emails. We're going to make the button now. We already have a style here, so we can use the button main style, which is exactly what we wanted. We're not going to make this a fixed width either, but we are going to give it a min width of 150, and let's just play around with this and give it for now a max width of 200. Subscribe. Okay, so we're getting there. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to change the spacing here. So let's go into our group hero container. Let's put various paddings around it. So we'll put 40 on the top and we'll put 40 on the bottom. And we'll put, say, 15 on the left and 15 on the right. And then we are going to go to the layout and we're going to apply gap spacing between elements. And let's give it 20 and see how that looks. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. One thing I should have mentioned is we're going to have another group above this for the header. So I might as well put that in now, or at least have it as a placeholder. So I'm going to put this in here. This is going to be a row as well. And when I say header, I essentially mean the menu at the top where you click on the various menu options. So we're not going to give that a fixed width. I think 50 is usually what I go for those. And we'll just leave it in here for a second. Put a flat color. We can give it any color for now. And we're going to make this first. Okay, so that is not looking too bad at all. I think this group is too big at the moment. So we're going to change the min height to 300. And that looks a bit better now. And then what we're going to do is we are going to apply a kind of a gradient color to the background here. So we're going to say gradient. And the starting color is going to be white. And the ending color is going to be this 1, 2, 3, 4. This kind of gray, but we're going to give it a transparency of 40. And I might as well just set the menu here as white, just so it looks a bit more like it realistically will. And maybe have an intermediate color here as well. Maybe not. Let's try this 30. Okay, let's see how this looks on a responsive view. Let's go back here. We're going to set the color of the page to white. Background style, flat color. Responsive. In fact, maybe preview might be a better way just to make sure the color itself looks reasonable. So let's see how this looks. That isn't too bad. That's still a bit too gray for my liking, so I'm going to put the shading here down a bit. So we're going to say, put this up here a bit. Yeah, that's a bit better. Oh, never mind. Undo that. Copy it. Put that in there. Also set that to 30. And we'll have one more look at it now. Yeah, okay, I prefer that to be honest, a kind of lighter shading there. And we also need to test out the email sign up in a second, but it looks okay there. That's fine. What we might do is put maybe a bit less space between these two and then more there. We'll see how it looks in a while. We'll leave it for now. Let's see how it looks on the various responsive views. Okay, we have a bit of a problem on mobile for sure. Seems to be okay on the 768 and pretty okay. When does it start to get a bit funky? That's all fine. Okay, so the button is getting very big there and the email sign up thing is getting quite small. So what we'd ideally like to do is kick it onto a new line at a certain width. So we just have this here on one line and then right below it we're going to get subscribed. So let's try and figure out how to do that now. I think things are okay there. Things are really okay there. And it's probably around 470 might be a good breakpoint. that we'd like to see subscribe on the next line. So let's use some conditional to fix that. We'll say when current page width is less than or equal to 470, we're going to make the min width of this to be even higher. So we'll say 250. Let's see if that makes a difference. Yeah, okay, that's working a bit because it's kicking it down there. So if we go down, down, and down to our breakpoint. Okay, so if we go back here, I think the key is actually to make sure that this doesn't take up too much space. Yeah, because at the moment I have that max width. So if we change this to say 600, you can see there it kind of sucks in either side of it. And then if we go to responsive, we can probably set the button not to have a max width. It's a bit big there is the only thing. Min width, max width. What do I set this to be? 280. Okay, this might work. That's still a bit too big for my liking. So even if we set the max width here as the min width, okay, so that doesn't make a difference. Whereas if we up it to 300, that does make a bit of a difference. Okay, I don't like it that big. So let's put it down to 280. And we'll put the min here down to 100. And let's see if that works. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. We want it to be kicked in a new line when we get to a certain width. So let's just see how this looks now. It's all fine. That's all fine. Excellent. One thing we want to do is we don't really want the buttons to be on top of each other. So we're going to put a small bit of a gap beneath the two of these. We can use a margin for that. So what we need to do is take this and set a bottom margin of 10 and also a top margin of 10 just to even it out. And actually no, we don't need to set the top margin, just the bottom one. And let's do the same for this. And let's try that one more time. And you can see now we have that lovely gap in between the email sign up and the subscribe. Okay, now that we have the email capture built, the next thing we need to do is to work out a workflow that will actually allow us to save down the emails that people have used to sign up for our weekly jobs newsletter. And in fact, I'm going to make this more explicit. So get the latest jobs sent to your inbox every Monday. Get a newsletter of the latest jobs sent to your inbox every Monday. Yeah, I think it's just a bit more explicit. Okay, so let's work on that workflow. I used MailChimp for my weekly jobs newsletter when I was running Qualified, that niche job board site for accountants I ran. It's quite simple to set up. I'll quickly go through how you do it. What you need to do is you need to go to Add Plugins, search for MailChimp, and install that here. You can see it's under BubbleMate plugin, which is usually a good sign. So once you install that, you do have to put an API key inside here. And then once you've done that, what you can do is when someone clicks on a subscribe button, you'll see there's new actions available to you. Those actions include when subscribe button is clicked, what we can do is go to plugins. Let me see, which one was it? Yes, add an email to a MailChimp list. And if you have your, we're just going to say input you@youremail.com's value. And if you have your MailChimp configured correctly, there'll be an option here to choose which list you want to add it as. So basically every single person who signs up will automatically get added to your MailChimp email list. Because I don't have the API key and I don't have that in at the moment, so I'm not going to show it. What you can do is a kind of more manual way of recording user subscribers is literally go into data, create a new data type called newsletter subscribers, create that. And the only field here is going to be email. We'll call it, in fact, sign up email, and have it in as a text. And then whenever someone clicks subscribe, we are going to data, create a new thing. The thing we're going to be creating is a newsletter subscriber, and their email, sign up email even, is going to be input you@youremail.com's value. You'll also need to reset the relevant inputs, and you'll want to show the user some recognition that they have indeed signed up. So what I had was an alert. So let's do that quickly. In fact, I think we have an alert on the preview job page that we can copy and maybe reuse. So where do we have that alert? Let's copy that. Go back to our home page, and we'll say you've signed up for our weekly jobs newsletter. Of course, you can call it whatever you want. So let's go back to our workflow and show a message in alert box. And I think that's all good. So let's just make sure that functionality works. So we're going to say test mail 456 at testmail.com. Click subscribe. You sign up for our weekly jobs newsletter. That goes blank. And if we go into our database, we should see that show up there. Great, so we now have that functionality to capture emails. Like I said, it's usually handier if you're using MailChimp to convert it directly to it, or if you're using ConvertKit, there's ways to do that as well. But anyway, at least regardless, you will have a list of email newsletter subscribers that can be useful. Okay, now we have our hero section complete. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to work on the actual jobs section itself. So let's grab another group. Let's put that there. Let's call this group master jobs container. We're going to remove the style. We're going to give it a flat background color just at the moment so I can see what I'm building. And we are going to play around with the dimensions here. Once again, it's going to be a column. It's not going to be fixed width. Give it a min width of 300. We're actually going to give it a max width of 1100, which means we need to put it in the center just so it's nice and aligned with everything else. And the next thing we're going to do is we'll give it a min height of 600 for now. We may need more space, but that'll do for now. We're going to put in a text here, and we're going to say browse the latest. Let's just actually say latest jobs. And again, not going to be fixed width, not going to be min height. And we'll play around with the style here as well. Create a new style, and it's going to be section header. Let's edit that style and make it similar to what we've already done elsewhere. So font size 20. We're going to bold this one, and we're going to go with our usual font. Okay, we're going to put some padding on this group here. So we're going to put padding on the left of 10. And we'll have to do the same on the right, and then we'll also put padding on the top of 30. And we might put some more padding on the left in a while. We'll see how it looks. Okay, so now we have our latest jobs. Next we want to do is create a repeating group that has all of the various jobs in it. So let's go down here and let's go to repeating group. And this is going to be a, what is this going to be? It's going to be a column again. It's nearly always column, isn't it? The type of content is going to be job, and the data source is going to be simply do a search for job. Okay, there's not going to be a fixed, actually there will be a fixed number of rows, so I think we're going to only display 20 jobs on the home page. It's going to be one column. Let's remove that default repeating group style. Let's make sure this can take up all the space it needs. Again, the min width is going to be 300. Okay, the next thing we're going to do, that is quite big. I don't think it needs to be that big. So let's say a max width, I think, of 950 maybe. Just give it a bit more room, and then let's put that in the center. Now we want this to be aligned with it, so we're also going to give a max width to this text of 950 as well, just so it's also kind of following the same dimensions. Yeah, and you see that's come above it now. I want to put a bit of a margin just so there's a bit of room in between the text and the actual jobs themselves. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this repeating group a background just so we can see it. So background style is going to be flat. Yeah, that's what we want. And what we actually want is a bit of a space between the different rows. So I'm just thinking, at the moment, they're obviously all on top of each other. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop in a group in each one. And this is actually going to be what houses all the content. Let's just play with the dimensions here, but once again, it's going to be a column. And there'll be no fixed width. Min width 300. Once again, we are going to have a min height. We want that min height to be 60, all right. Now we have the problem where the group is taking up the full height of the container, and it's just going to be on top of each other as if we didn't put it in the first place. So what we actually need to do is make the repeating group just a bit bigger. So let's go back to our master container. And repeating group is going to be min height, let's say 1300. Then we can click on the group, and again, let's make this a slightly different color, just again so we can see it. In fact, let's make the repeating group a different color. That probably makes more sense. So let's go to flat color. What can I give it this? I'll make it that. I'll make it a bit darker. And then let's go to the group. And we'll give it a flat color. Okay, and you can see now there's a bit of a gap in between each of the containers, which is what we wanted. I still don't think it's big enough, to be honest, though. How high is this? 760. Yeah, I feel like that's just not going to be big enough. So let's bump this up to 70. And let's find the repeating group and make that bigger again. So make that 1450. Even 1600 maybe. Yeah, that's more in line with what we want. Okay, that is working out reasonably well at the moment. Next thing we're going to do is, we put in job here as our type of repeating group, and it's search for job. Type of content in the group itself is also going to be job, and the data source is going to be current cells job. So we're going to drop a piece of text in, and this is going to be parent group's job, title, I think was the field. Excellent. And let's do a quick preview of this just to make sure everything is coming in like we want it to. It's going to be far away from the finished product, but at least gives us an indication of where we're going. Okay, so repeating group loading, and yeah, you can see we have the various job names coming in there that we wanted. Interestingly, there seems to be a massive gap now in between each row and its one below, and I'm not quite sure why, but we'll figure that out in a bit. Maybe because that's a min width. I wonder what happens if we put this as fixed height. Fit height to content. Go back to repeating group. Min height. Oh, in fact, you know what we can do? We don't need to have the min height there. What we can do is we can put a margin on each of these. So let's just put a top margin of 10. And straight away, you see that gets us our gap in between much simpler altogether. Yeah, that's more in line with what we wanted. And you see now it's only going down as far as we needed to. Okay, let's go about formatting these titles here. So let's remove this style. I'm going to create a new style. And we're going to call this style name job title. Let's create that. Let's edit that style. We are going to give it a height of 18. Sorry, a font size of 18, I should say. Bold it. And we're going to make that font there once more. Line spacing. I think we can have that as 1. Could probably have it as 0 to be honest, but anyway, let's see how it looks. Okay, that is perfect. We do not want to make it fixed width again. We'll put a min width as 100 for now. And this is a column. We don't need that min height in there. I would ideally like this in the center of the container. And I can't get it that way at the moment because I'm using the column layout. So what we might do in a minute is change it to a row, but before that we got to put in a few more things, so let's worry about it in a second. We're going to have 3 pieces of text in this container. Let's apply gap spacing here, put it as 10. So the title is going to be the middle, the location is going to be on top. So let's go back here, and this is going to be location. And then beneath it is going to be the company. We're going to remove this style, and we're going to create a new style. And this is going to be job sub header. Let's create that. We're going to put the text size here down to 16, and we're going to unbold this just to differentiate a bit between the main title, which is really what we want to highlight. And before I go and preview, I should also apply the same thing to this one here. So let's change this one from job title to job subheader. And then we can go and preview. Okay, still looking pretty rubbish to be honest, but making some progress. I actually think it's nearly better having these all as the same size. That looks a bit big compared to everything else. So let's put everything down to the same font size here. Let's edit this one. And let's change this to 16. And then just get a better sense of how it's looking. We can get rid of all these colors that I did have in, so I'll have none. And we will have no color on this either. If we go to appearance, and we don't want a separator, but we do want the border around this group here. So let's make that solid. We don't want that. We want a very light gray, to be honest, something like that. I would like to round it. I call it 5. Okay, just seeing here, min height of 70, maybe it needs to be even a bit bigger. Yeah, I think I prefer that actually if we have it as 80. Okay, let's see how we look. Okay, getting there. I do prefer that smaller font size, and I do like the containers here. At the moment, let's continue to work on this by, what are we going to do? We want this to be evenly distributed, and it's just not at the moment. So I think we're actually going to group all these into another group. I'm going to group them into a column container. We'll call this group job text elements. We're not going to give them in width. Not going to fit with the content. And we're not going to give them in height. Fit height to content. Perfect. Then we're going to change this. We can get rid of that gap spacing there. We'll change this to a row. Let's select the first parent here. And vertically align that in the middle. Perfect. And then we can apply the gap spacing to this particular container. Let's make that 10. Not 100 because that looks ridiculous. And now you can see there's a bit of room on either upper and lower bound of the job container itself. We obviously want to give it a bit of room on the left hand side as well. So let's go to layout here and let's give it a margin on the left of 15, maybe even a bit more, 25. And that seems okay. The next thing we want to do is input the firm's logo. So let's go to our image element here. And we need to be careful here about what box we're actually putting it in. So put that there just because I want it in the outside container. We're going to give this fixed dimensions of, let's try 50 by 50. We're going to put it in the middle, and we are going to also give it a roundness of 100. And a border. I'm trying to remember what color border we use for this. Let's just stick to the same one. Solid border. And the image itself is going to be parent group jobs logo. I'm not sure if we've uploaded these for all of them, so let's just take a look and find out. Okay, you can see from most of them we have actually uploaded a logo, which is what we wanted. What I would like is kind of have this half overlapping, half in the container, half out. And the way we can achieve that is by giving it a left margin of minus 25, I thought, but that does not seem to be working. So let's take a look at that. Okay, yeah, that's not working there. And the reason is we actually need to put like another group outside of this that this can go into. So maybe if we give this group here also a minus 25. What about just 25? Yeah, that actually works better. So let's see it now. That's okay, but to be honest, I'd rather if this was over there and this was over the edge. Um, yeah, like I don't particularly like that it's left aligned. Well, no, that might be okay actually. Let me see what we work remotely did. Okay, so they have more over there, and then the text is just lined with the top of this. So I think what we can do to make everything nice and aligned is actually go back into our group here and set the max width of this to 900. And we're going to center align it and also container align it in the center. And then if we also give the text a max width of 900, that should be in line with the edge of it there. Not completely actually. So let's see. Max width of 900. Oh, we need to get rid of that margin. And yeah, then you can see it's going to be in line with the jobs there. I also just think this container isn't big enough at the moment in terms of height. So we're actually going to give it a fixed height. And we're going to make that fixed height of 100. Let's see how that looks now. Yeah, much happier with that. So I think that looks well. Bit too much of a space here between the text and the logo, so let's just change that. We can change the padding here from 25 down to 15. And let's just check that one more time. Okay, that's looking much better now. And you can see now we have the dates coming in here. I'd like these to be a bit more aligned to the right hand side, so we'll work on that in a minute. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to put in a little group here that says new if this job was created within the past 7 days. So let's do that now. The way we can do that is we can grab a group element and we can drop it in our group jobs. We're going to name this group new, set the dimensions to be fixed, and it's going to be a width of 40 and a height by 30, but we are still going to make it a column container. So fixed width of 40, fixed height of 30, center align it. We're going to put it towards the end of this group here. So we're going to make last. We're going to set a background color to be this kind of yellowy color that you will see is pretty similar to what's on We Work Remotely. Okay, and then we're going to put some text in here that simply says new. So we grab that, put that in there. We're going to use this style font here as a starting point, which is job title style. So let's grab that. Job title, but then we're going to remove that style and we're going to center align it. We're going to say new here, and we are not going to give it a fixed width, and we're also not going to give it a min height. Put in the center of that. We do want it in the center of the square there, and it's not at the moment, so I'm actually going to change this to a row. And I'm going to put that in the center there. Go back to the text and vertically align that in the middle. Okay, so we now have this new flag for all of our jobs, but we only want it really for jobs that have been posted within the past 7 days. You can choose any kind of time range for new. 7 days is just the one that I found looks the best in terms of new jobs versus old jobs. So before we do that, actually, we might just sort out the layout here, because you can see that it's really not distributed very well at the moment. Let's go back into our group, and we're going to give this a slightly larger max width of, let's say, 590. I'm sorry, I should say the first max width. We're also going to give it a min width, let's say 260. That's potentially too big, so let's make it a bit smaller. Let's say 220. And then we want to have a bit of a margin on the right hand side here. That's probably better done through padding actually. So let's do that. Padding on the right hand side, let's make that 10. In fact, let's make that 20. And then we also want a bit of a gap between the new and between the date. So let's put in a margin there on the left of 20 as well. Okay, let's go back to our preview. Bit better. I still prefer this to be much more towards the right hand side, and it's really not at the moment, so let's try and fix that. And then I think one mistake we made is we didn't put in the container of this alignment, sorry, the alignment of this container to be left aligned, which results in everything being pushed out a bit further there. We're also going to change the max and min width of this section here, so we're going to give this a min width of 70 and a max width of 80. It doesn't really need that much space, it's really just a date. Let's see how that looks now. You can see here it's taking up more than the container space, but that's just because in the preview we've all this text, whereas in reality it's just going to be a date. Okay, that's looking much better now, but at the same time it's kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because you can see our container is again no longer aligned with the text, and the logo here isn't half in, half out, just like we wanted it to be. So let's try and go back and figure out how to fix that. And I think what we need to do is we need to move this logo out of the group job group. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this group here and we're going to put it back to being center aligned, or horizontal centrally aligned, I should say. Then we're going to grab this logo and we're going to push it out here into the group itself rather than being in the group. You can see here it's kind of getting a bit funky already. So what we're actually going to do is we are going to put the 2 of these, first of all, get rid of that margin for now. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to put the 2 of these into a row container. They're currently in a column, which isn't what we want. Before that, let's just maybe try changing the repeating group to being in a row group and see if that makes a difference. And yeah, that's more of what we're looking for. So then we can go back into our group job and we can give it a margin here on the left of -25. And then we can click on the logo and bring that to the front. Finally, we don't need this big gap here in between the text and the edge of the group. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our group job. We're going to put the container alignment on the left, but then we are going to put a margin on the left here of, let's say, 25. And let's see how that looks. Hopefully we've solved for those two issues, but let's just preview and find out. Okay, that's looking pretty well. The logo is where we want it to be and the text is looking fine too. Next thing is to make sure that all of this is working okay on the various responsive views. So let's click on our little Chrome extension here that allows us to view our bubble app on various different dimensions. 320 is always the trickiest one to build for, and you can see that's certainly the case here. And I think unfortunately it's just the case that there isn't going to be enough space for all these elements. So what I'm going to do is at a certain page width, I'm just going to hide the logo, and I'm also going to hide the new sign here on the right. So I'm going to go to responsive and figure out where that breakpoint might be. We can see it's obviously okay at 1200 as we start to go down. Still seems to be fine, still seems to be fine. And then as we get towards kind of 460, things look like they're getting a bit cramped, so it's certainly not working well below 430, 420-ish. Okay, I'm going to use 460 as a breakpoint just to give myself a bit of space. So let's go back into the UI builder, and we're going to say on this image here, we're going to give a condition of when the current page width is less than or equal to 460, this element is not visible. So we click on this element is visible and just leave that blank. We also need to go and collapse this image's height when it is not shown. So that is under layout, I believe. And yeah, collapse when hidden. We're also going to need to reduce this margin on the left at that breakpoint. So we'll say when current page width is less than or equal to 460, the left margin is actually going to be 0 because we already have the padding in the group there, so we don't need the margin as well. And then finally, we didn't actually put a margin in between the date and the various text elements as we should have, so I'm going to do that now. I'll put a margin of 10 on the left here, so we'll click on this, and we're going to go to the layout, and on the left hand side we'll put a margin of 10. Just two final things to do to make this fully responsive. The first thing we're going to do is at that breakpoint, we're going to get rid of this 25 pixel margin on the left hand side. So again, if we go to conditional, in fact, we can actually just paste in the one that we have previously done. So let's click on that now from the image. So when the page width is below 460 pixels, we're not doing anything to the visibility of it, but what we are going to do is we're going to put the left margin to 0. You can see they're currently at minus 25, put that down to 0. And we're going to take that condition that we originally copied, and we're also going to apply it to this new element here. So again, because we have limited space, we're actually going to hide this when the page width is below 460 pixels again. So now that we have all that, let's take a look at how that looks on 320. Like I've said before, if we can get it right on 320, we can be pretty sure it's going to be at least okay on the other main dimensions. So let's take a look at this now, loading up, and that's not too bad. Okay, we can see that for some reason this is hugging the top of the page, the remote there, and I think that's because some of our other text elements are going on to a second line. We also didn't collapse the height of the new box when it was hidden. In fact, that's probably the main issue, to be honest. So let's just go back to layout here. Not that one. Group new, and then collapse when hidden. We'll take a look at that again, but just before we do, you can put on another few screens here as well, just to compare all at once. And let's go to refresh. Okay, let's look, and yeah, that is much better. We can see that the jobs are coming in the box themselves, no overflow, and that's exactly what we want. So this is a final check on responsiveness of this section. Let's just go onto the responsive tab of the actual editor itself. And we can see here it's fine on 1200 as you'd expect. It looks like it's fine on 992, 768, And on 320 we start hiding things. Again, it looks as though it's overflowing here, but that's just because the actual text is used to indicate what's going in there is bigger than the text actually shows up itself. So that's all fine. Okay, now we're going to start working on sorting these jobs and showing the relevant ones at the top and some formatting to show different functions for different tiers. Before that happens, I'm just going to actually put in some more dummy job data to make it a bit easier to see. No need for you to see this, so I'll fast forward through it. Okay, that dummy job data is now in, so I'm just going to do a preview and show you the home screen with the new jobs in there and the way it's sorted by default, and then what we're going to do when we have it sorted in a more kind of coherent manner with the different tiers and all that. Okay, so you can see here the default seems to be it's sorted by date, but it is the kind of earliest date that is on top and the most recent date is on the bottom. We don't really want that. We want the fresh jobs at the top. So let's start off by doing that. So we're going to click on our repeating group. We're going to go to search for jobs, and then we're going to sort by create a date. And we're going to say descending equals no. And we'll take a look at this again. Okay, same issue. It's the oldest jobs on top. So the thing I did wrong there was instead of saying descending no, I should have said descending yes. Refresh one more time. And now you can see it's the most recent jobs that are on top. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to highlight the tier 2 and the tier 3 jobs. So you might remember as part of the post job process, I'm kind of copying this again from We Work Remotely, but certain jobs are highlighted and certain jobs are not. You can see here, I'm guessing these people paid extra to get their job in this kind of a yellowy cover. I have a Chrome extension here that allows me to see exactly what color is on various web pages. So I'm just going to use this to figure out which color this is here. And we can see here it's this kind of yellowy color, and it's really handy extension actually. It allows you to copy it. I'm going to escape out of that, and then we're going to go back to our bubble editor. And what we're going to say is we're going to click on group job, and we're going to give it a conditional of when the current cell's job is tier 2 yes or tier 3 yes. We're going to change the background color to that. So tier 2 yes. And then we'll click on this again, go to more, and say or current cell's job tier 3 is yes. Background color, instead of being white, it's going to be this yellowy color. Okay, let's refresh and see if that happens. We should see some, but not all of these jobs change from having the white background to that yellowy background that we just got when we work remotely. And you can see here that some of them are and some of them are not. So let's just take these two here. So we can see this Twilio job is still in white and this first base job is now highlighted in yellow. So let's go to our database and look at these jobs. Go to app data. We can see this is the Twilio one, and that is a tier 1 job, so that should be in white as it is. And then the first base one is either tier 2 or tier 3 hopefully, and it's tier 2, so that is correct as well. That seems to be working. The next we're going to do is we're only going to show the logo as well if it's tier 2 or a tier 3 job, so same logic. Let's go back to our editor and we're going to click on this cell here. And we're going to say when current cell's job tier 2. Actually, no, what we'll say is when it's tier 1, it's just not visible. Then by default it is visible, and if it's a tier 1 job, it's not visible. So we'll leave that unticked. So we should see jobs either show up with yellow background and a logo, or else nothing as of the moment. And you can see that has worked, but the issue here now is we're getting this issue that the image is collapsing. and it causing the tier 1 jobs to go over to the left, which you don't really want. So I think the way we can work around it is, I'm guessing uh, there's a box ticked here that says when hidden. Yeah, collapse when hidden. We don't actually want that in this case. We want the space to remain as it was. Yeah, much better. We can see everything aligned there now. The next thing we're going to do, and I can see there that this job, it doesn't have an image. I obviously just didn't upload it for this. So what I'm going to do very quickly is I'm just going to set that to be a tier 1 job. That means we won't run into the issue with it not having any image. I'm trying to remember exactly which one. I think it was this one here, Deluxe Corporation. So we're going to put it as a tier 1, yes, and tier 3 is going to be no. Click save on that. And yeah, you can see that's worked okay now. Okay, so next thing we do is we're showing new for every single job at the moment, which we don't really need. We only want to show it if the job falls within a certain date range. So what I'm going to say is when the parent group's job creation date plus 7 days is greater than the current date and time. It's visible. When the opposite is true, it's not visible. So we're going to copy that, paste it down here, and we're simply going to change that greater than to a less than. And we'll leave that box unticked, and I should have ticked this box a second ago. Let's go back to our preview and refresh that. Hopefully now these new signs will be gone away for the jobs that are further down the list. And that seems to have worked. You can now see we only have this new flag next to the jobs that have been posted in the past 7 days, and the older ones do not have it next to it. Okay, next we're going to do is for the tier 3 jobs, we're going to do two things to them. We're going to pin them to the top of this page, and we're also going to replace the date with text featured. Again, just giving them the extra benefit because they paid more. So we're going to say when parent group's job tier 3 is yes, text is going to say featured. And then we're also going to, well, let's check this first actually. We're going to pin the tier 3 jobs to the top of the group, but let's just make sure featured is coming through here, okay? And you see that seems to be working there. This must be a tier 3 job, feature coming through for that. That looks fine. So one thing we might do is it doesn't look as though that text is center aligned. So let's do that. I think I'll make it a bit neater. So let's go back into appearance for the text here. Let's remove the existing style and let's replace it with just a centered version of that. Then we're going to go back to our repeating group and we're going to sort by tier 3. So at the moment you can see we're sorting purely by the created date. We're actually going to change it first, sort by filter to tier 3, and then we're actually going to re-add the creation date filter just below it. This means that the first filter is going to be filtered on as tier 3, so if it is a tier 3 job it'll be pinned to the top, and then everything else after that will be sorted by the created date. So let's see if that's worked. Hopefully we should see our tier 3 jobs at the very top with featured in the text here, and then everything else below it will be in order of creation date with the newest at the top and the oldest at the bottom. And that seems to have worked. We can see here our two tier 3 jobs at the very top, everything else below it sort of by creation date with the exception of this one here. So I'm not quite sure why this is different. See, this is the 3rd of June, but everything else is going by date. I suspect this is something to do with the tiers because I think we actually changed this manually afterwards after we noticed the logo was missing. So let's take a quick look at it and see what's going on. This is the one here, the Deluxe Corporation. And if we look at the tiers here, tier 1 yes, tier 2 no, and tier 3 no. I suspect maybe this is better left blank, and that might be the reason why it's happening like that. Not really. SEO specialist, Deluxe Corporation. I didn't save that. Yeah, that's what that was. Because it had a no in there, it was coming ahead of the blank ones. So that makes a bit more sense. The last thing we're going to do on the filters is we're going to put in the on hold flag. So you might remember when we were putting jobs through the post jobs and preview job and checkout sections, we had this field called on hold, and it was always set as yes. And basically, we only want to show jobs, and it shouldn't be in that type. It should be in constraints. So basically, we only want to show jobs where the on hold is no. So on hold equals no. This means when a job's going through the creation process via the post job page, it's not going to be shown on the main page. It's only on the very last page when checkout is clicked and we have that workflow where it's changed from no to yes, that will then show up on the page here. Okay, so this is working quite well. We're happy enough with the layout of our page here. So we have a couple more things to do on the home page. We want to first of all navigate from the actual job posts themselves into the jobs page. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to create a jobs page. Let's just give this one more second to load so we do know everything is going through okay. And you can see here we only have one featured job slot at the moment. The other one must not have been taken off on hold, and that explains that. Okay, let's go to page and let's go to add a new page. Page name is going to be job, and we're going to clone this from the index page, or we can create a new page. And I'm actually more inclined to create a new page because we're going to be taking a lot from, that didn't seem to work. Clone from, we just got to create. So we're going to take a lot of the elements from this page from our preview job page because we already did a lot of work on that section in terms of how we want our preview to look, and the preview is just a representation of the job page itself. I'm going to put in a quick page title here. And we're going to set the width and height, but first of all, it will upgrade to the new responsive engine, as all the pages on this template are on that new engine. Okay, new page is loaded, so let's go about setting the dimensions of this page. As always, we are going to set the width as 1 to 80, and we're going to set the height at the start to 2000. We're going to make it a column as usual as well. And then we're going to go back to our preview job page, and we're going to actually copy quite a few of the elements from that page onto our new job page. So we're actually going to take this entire container here, copy that, go back to job, click on this and paste it in. Okay, and we can see we have a lot of errors being thrown up straight away, and that's because we haven't set the type of data on this page. So let's go back to appearance, and let's set the type of content as job. And that should get rid of all of the errors on the page. We don't want a border around this, so let's get rid of that. Back into appearance, and there's going to be no border. And we also don't want to set a max width on this group here. We can let this take up the full page. So let's get rid of that max width. And we do actually want a max width for the elements within. Just keep it symmetrical with the rest of what we've built. We're going to set a max width of 900. And that should work fine. Let's actually undo that and see how it looks first. And the way we're going to navigate to this page is if we go back to our index page. And we're going to select the group here. And when someone clicks on this group, we're going to start a new workflow. And the workflow is basically going to take them to that job page. So when group job is clicked, go to navigation, go to page, job, and we're sending the current cells job, I should say. Let's go back to the home page. And now when we hover over one of these jobs, we have the ability to click onto it. and be brought to the job page. You can see from the URL up here when we brought to it. And yeah, okay, that's why I wanted to set the max width. You can see here that's just not looking too great, but it does contain all the information we want, so that is a positive at least. We'll also need to sort out this apply button. It's currently not hooked up to a workflow. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the job page, and we're going to set the max width of the container that the job is in as being 1100 to make it more aligned with everything else. And actually, just going back to the index page, I think the max width might even have been 950. Let's just take a quick look. $900. Okay, well, let's keep things consistent, and we'll set the max width of the container here to be 900. So we're going to say max width of 900. We don't want it in the exact center of the page. I don't think that makes sense for the job page itself. But that should take care of that. Let's refresh this page and see if it looks any better. Okay, getting closer. Still not ideal. I think this is probably still too left aligned at the moment. So we'll need to figure that out. And then we'll also need to hook up the apply button to a workflow. Let's start out the alignment first. So with too much padding on the left hand side, I can see. So if we get rid of that, we can probably still put it in the center and it'll look okay. I'm accidentally after taking the top padding off there, but let's leave that on. We can probably take off the top margin for now. And then let's take off this padding on the left and this padding on the right. If we go to layout here, we can see it's currently left aligned. Let's put it center aligned, but let's increase the max width from 900 to 100. And we see straight away that takes up more of the space. Let's refresh the page. Okay, I think that's looking much better. And when we put in the header and footer in a minute, I think this will be okay. So the other workflow on this page is the apply button. And what we're going to do is when a user clicks on this button, they are going to be brought to the URL link that we input when we were posting jobs in the first place. So we're going to say navigation, open an external website, and the destination is going to be current page jobs, and then it's going to be URL. Let's refresh and see if this is working. Okay, let's click on apply, and sure enough, we're brought to the job page for this company, which is exactly what we want. Add seller into relevant company there, and that is perfectly in line with what is on the jobs page. So we have that working. One thing I have noticed is we don't actually seem to have the company name in here anywhere as far as I can see. Like, it's obviously in this part here, but that is not ideal. We should really have something to indicate what company it is. So I'm going to do that now. I'll go back and do it on the preview job page then afterwards, but let's just copy this piece of text here, copy it down, and then paste it, and we'll change it from title to company name, and then we'll change the size of that font to match this one here. This looks to be an 18, so we'll change this down from 24 to 18. One more refresh. Yes, much better. I thought it looked a bit bare, and that makes sense now that the company name itself was missing. We want stats. We want to know how many people are going to click on this page and how many people are going to actually click on the apply link. So the way we can do that is we go back into our workflow, and for views we can simply say when page is loaded. So when page is loaded, we're going to make a change to a thing. And the thing we're changing is the current page jobs, and we're just changing the views, and it's going to be equal to this jobs views, and then we're just adding one every single time. So literally just taking the current amount of views and adding one. So I'm not sure if this is going to count as one now when we're refreshing it, but if not this time, then this will set it to 0 and we can do it the next time. So that's a load. Let's see if that's gone through in our database. Apps. And go into jobs. And the jobs we're looking at is this one here, the very first one. And you can see here, yeah, we have one view. And then we want to add another workflow when the apply button is clicked. we're going to, before opening an external website, we're going to add an apply click to it. So again, we're going to make changes to a thing. Current page jobs, the field we're changing is the link clicks, and it's going to be equal to this job's link clicks plus 1. These are really important metrics. So it's all well and good if you have a fantastic looking job page, but if you can't show to recruiters or companies that people are actually looking at jobs and are clicking on the apply links, it doesn't really do much. So really important to have these stats. You could, if you want, build out a kind of database that includes stats for each one. I'm not going to do that now, but you could definitely build an admin backend where you have a list of all the jobs and their views and their clicks. I may do so in a later video. Let's just make sure this workflow is working for the apply button. So when the apply button is clicked, that's hopefully calculating one link click and then bringing us to the site. And you can see that a one link click is coming through. So that's working as expected. So I think we have the jobs page nearly good to go. It does look a bit bare at the moment without a header and also without a footer. And these are things we need for the whole site. So it's not a bad time to maybe go about building them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to page job and I'm going to add a new reusable element, and it's going to be called header. We're not going to clone from anything. We are going to upgrade it to responsive engine straight away, and then we're going to set the dimensions of it. So we have our reusable header here, and we're just going to change this from being a column to a row. We're going to set the max height as being 70. And we're going to set the min height also 70, so it's going to be pretty much fixed. Width for UI builder is going to be 1280, which will essentially be our whole screen. And then we're going to drag another group into it. And this group is going to house the logo. We're going to make this itself a row. We will put it in the center and vertically align it. We're going to give this a max width of 1100. We're not going to make it a fixed width though. We'll give it a min width of 280, max width of 1100. So it should be in the center of this group here. It's not at the moment. So let's go back into our master container and we should put that there. Next, we're going to drag an image into it and put that at the left hand side of the header. So let's grab image. I think that's gone in the master container rather than in the actual group we just created. So let's click on it here, and it's not quite sure why it's there, so maybe just easier to delete that. What I could do to make things a lot easier for myself is just to give this a bit of a different color to make it stand out. So let's do that, flat color, and we can actually see it with white, but let's just make it super easy and put in that red color. Now let's go back and grab an image. Where our image is gone, image here, and let's just put one in there. And we're going to make this 50 by 50. So we're going to say 50 and also a fixed height of 50. We want this to be at the leftmost side of the row container. We can use this alignment here. That'll put the image over here and then anything else we put in over on the right hand side. And we're just going to give this name image logo. I'm just going to upload the logo I created very quickly. Okay, we have our logo in there, and then we're also just going to drop in a button that's going to take people to the post job page. So again, we want to attract as many people as possible to post jobs on our site, and making the post job button prominent is obviously a good way to do that. We have that button style we've been using throughout. We're going to say post job, and then we're going to give the layout, it's going to be a fixed height of 50 and a width of 100 and let's say 40. You don't even need it that much actually, so let's do 120 and even 110, and it looks like it doesn't need to be that tall actually. 40 is probably fine. Put that there, and yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Let's get rid of the color that we were using here. And then we're going to put a white color in the background here, which is already there. Fantastic. Okay, let's go back to our job page, and we're going to drag that reusable header into the top of the page. And we're also going to do the same for our index page. go down to the bottom and you can see here we have this header. I probably should have named it something different because as you can see we already had a header reusable element there, but no need to worry. We're going to make this the first and let's preview this job page. Okay, I think that's looking reasonably well. I can see these aren't perfectly aligned, and I think that's because of margins we're using. You'll notice no data is coming in here. That's because I'm just previewing the job page without sending any data to it. Let me just make sure we're okay on the margins here. That looks fine. Yeah, we can see we have a 10 margin for all these text elements. We should really have it for this group here as well, just to make everything symmetrical. So let's do that. And we'll put 10 in on the right as well. Same for this. And then we'll go back to our header and do the same. And we'll put 10 on the right for the button as well, just so everything is nice and aligned. And then finally, we're going to build a workflow for the post job button. So when it's clicked, you should be brought to the post job page. Okay, let's click this again. Okay, I think that's looking pretty well. It is kind of hard to tell when there's nothing else on the job page, but it looks reasonably good. A couple more small things I want to change to the header. First of all, I think it can be nice sometimes when you scroll down to a certain position on the page to kind of show the header is a different part of the page, particularly with white on white background here. So what condition I'm going to use here is when the current page scrolling position is greater than 30, I'm going to give it a box shadow style, and it's going to be outset. And we'll see how that looks. I also want to, when someone clicks on this image, I want them to be brought to the home page. It's pretty standard behavior if you are on, if you're clicking on the image in the header, that you're brought to the home page of the site. So I think that makes sense to do. So let's go to page index. Okay, let's go back to our page, and what we can do is we can just go back to the home page and then go into an actual job just to make sure that everything looks okay. Okay, so on the jobs page, let's click on the home page, and then let's go into an actual job. Let's go into this one here, content marketing specialist. Yep, that's done reasonably well. And what you'll see is when we scroll down, we're getting the box shadow there, which is nice, but we can't really see it because it's not coming down with the page. So what I actually want is for this group to come down with the page. And I think what I need to do is change the type of this reusable element from a group to a floating group. Let's try that again. We're then going to put this header on our home page as well. Handy way you can use these reusable elements throughout your app. Okay, we'll need to put in a bit more margin here. So because this isn't a group, it's not actually taking up space, but at least it does scroll nicely with the page. So one step forward, two steps back kind of idea. So let's put a bit of a margin above that group on our jobs page. If we go to job, and we choose this group here, what we can do is we can put an extra margin on the top of 70 because that was the height of our reusable group. So we're going to put a top margin of 70. And you see there, yeah, that's perfectly aligned with it. Okay, I think that's looking quite well. But now the issue is we're not getting that box shadow. Oh, we are. It just took a second to load. So as we scroll down, we get this nice box shadow effect, just highlighting that this is indeed the header and not part of the page itself. Okay, quite happy with this header. Let's put that on the home page as well now. So I think we put in like a placeholder group or something like that, but we don't need that anymore. So let's go to header, and let's just drag that here. And we see that goes straight to the top. If we go to our page index, yeah, we have that placeholder there, and we can now delete that. And now you can see the reusable element is covering up this. So we'll go to layout and then margin on the top of 70. Let's preview this page, and that seems to work pretty well. Yeah, quite happy with that. Give it a second to load fully. We'll see as we start to scroll down, then that box shadow effect starts to come in, and that's looking pretty well. Okay, next thing we want to do is let's make sure that the jobs page themselves are okay and responsive. Sorry, in terms of responsiveness, I should say. So what we can do is we can go to our Chrome extension here, and we'll look at this across a number of dimensions just to make sure there's no nasty surprises. Okay, this is the 320 view here, and we can see our logo and our button are coming in okay. Maybe we could use a bit of a margin on the right hand side of that button. That's about the only thing I'd comment on. But the job page itself seems to be fine. Everything looks like there's plenty of room to breathe, which is exactly what we want. So let's just fix that issue with the button there. I'm not quite sure why the right hand side is coming in as rounded as well. But let's go back to our header. Yeah, we didn't put in a margin there on the right hand side of 10. So let's do that now. We put in padding instead. That's why we're getting that weird rounding behavior as well, I'd imagine. So just an unforced error. Let's go back to our preview here, and we can make sure everything is okay. Yes, much better. And that'll bring us to the external website, and everything looks great there. Okay, so this is good progress. The next thing we're going to work on is we're going to work on a footer. So again, it's going to be another reusable element. So we're going to add new reusable elements. What I might do is I might just delete the existing ones, if that is possible. So let's go to header. That's the original one. We can delete that. Bubble do give you these pre-populated ones, but they're not what we're looking for in this case. So that's that one gone. We'll get rid of the footer now as well, the pre-made one. Okay, let's go to create or add a new reusable element. This one's going to be called footer. We can actually clone from our header just because it's going to have some similarities, and it'll save us a bit of time, although nothing too major. This is going to be much bigger in height, so I think the min height for our header is 70. It's going to be more like 300 for our footer. Maybe that's a bit big. Let's try 220, and I think that should be fine. We have this group, which is nice. We want to keep this because it has the kind of same max height dimensions, the max width dimensions that we want for the header. Again, we want to keep them symmetrical if possible. And what I think we're going to do is we're going to put in a kind of a navigation group here where we can link to the various pages in the app. We can get rid of that posted job button. We're also going to change the color of this. So I'm going to get rid of this image as well first. We're going to call this group here group footer content. And again, let's make things easy for ourselves and apply a bit of a background style just so we can see what we're doing. That's fine. Then let's grab a text element, put that in here, and we're going to call this navigation. You can use an existing style. I think we have one, isn't it? Job title. That's kind of the 18 pixel or 16 pixel one. That'll work nicely here. In terms of layout, we can get rid of that fixed width. We don't need the min either. And similar story for the min height. We can get rid of that. Okay, so we have that, and then we're going to copy and paste a couple of more versions of this. So let's try that so far. Let's change this from a row to being a column. And instead of having text here, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to replace these with another element, and I'm going to give it a link. The reason I'm doing that is you'll see in a second, if I put in homepage here, I can just easily choose the destination page as index. I'm going to put in fact, let's delete these two text elements. And let's format this link element to make it look like we want it. So I'm going to create a new style, link style, create that. And let's edit that style. We're going to make it very similar to the style we just used for the title there. I think the only difference is we're not going to bold it. So let's put it as 16. Let's use our usual font. And let's change the font color itself to being, well, we're actually going to change it to white because we're going to change the background color of this footer to being black. Let's do that now just so we see how it looks. Flat color, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's done. And then we'll go in here and we're going to actually remove this style and change this to white as well. Let's click on this group and apply some spacing to even it all out. Apply gap spacing between elements. Let's try 15. In fact, you know what? We won't do that because, no, we will. Let's leave it like that. And then let's copy this link and paste it down to here. And we're going to do that. And these are kind of the only pages we have at the moment. In a minute, we're going to add categories and we're going to add other pages if you want. But for now, that's actually all we need. So let's click on this group here, remove this color. And just to make sure that's going to the right location. Yeah, that should be going to post job. Which is no point directly linking to preview job or checkout because there needs to be the post job done before that. Okay, post job. And then I want to put a bit more of a margin at the top here. I think it's a bit too close to the very top of this. So let's put a top margin of 20 and that should work fine. Okay, and then we're going to go back to our index page first of all. And we're going to drop in this footer we just created. We're going to repeat that then on our job page. So let's get that footer, put that here. And it's gone to the top of the page for whatever reason, but we don't want it there. Let's put it at the bottom. And I can see I'm using a floating group here again. I do not need a floating group for the footer because we don't want this to float with the page, if you will. So what we'll do is we'll go back in here and we'll say this is going to be just a group. Back to our index page. Let's click on it and we'll put it down at the very bottom. So we'll go to layout and we'll make last. Okay, this is really taking shape now. We do want a bit of space obviously between the repeating group and this. So let's click on the footer here even and put a bit of margin on top of say 60. And we could probably even do 80. We might put something else in between these, but that'll do for now. We're taking up most of the height of the page now. What we could do is we could probably get rid of this min height because we're getting close to exceeding it. So let's get rid of that, and then the footer kind of goes straight to the bottom. Let's go to preview. So it looks to be fine. The header's going down nicely, and then the footer as well is in a nice place. You will see, I would like when we hover over these for them to kind of underline, but that's no big deal. We can do that in a second. This white space here, so this is actually fine. This is just on the preview mode. In production mode, this won't be there. So that is all good. I'm just thinking it might be neater for this to be more in line with this than in with this. So I think that makes sense. So that means we're going to change the max width of the group in here to match the max width of the repeating group here. I think this is 900, like we checked a couple times at this stage. Yeah. So let's go back down the footer and do those last changes on that. Take this group and we're going to set a max weight of 900. And we're also going to say, and this will require some editing of the styles here. So appearance, and we're going to edit this link style. And we're going to say when it's hovered, we're just going to see a bit of an underline. So when this link is hovered, underline. Tick that as well. And let's refresh our homepage here. That all looks fine. Give it a second to load. Yeah, and I think it makes more sense that that's in line with that. It's a little bit close to the top here, which I don't particularly like, and I thought we'd solve for that, but obviously not. So I might just change that at the moment. Let's go back to our design, and okay, it's really close to the top actually. So let's go to this layout. We don't really need a min height, come to think of it, so that could explain quite a bit of it. We can actually get rid of the top margin in this case now. Bring it up a bit higher. Okay, we will be adding in a few more links here in a second, so that will kind of space this out a bit better. But for now, I think we can put this in our job page as well. And now we run to the issue you see where we have different widths depending on, so you can see here this isn't really aligned, which is what we would have wanted. Maybe it looks okay. Let's get rid of the min width of this page as well. Or sorry, the min height. And let's put a margin on the top of this again. Top margin of 80. And we can go into one of those jobs and just see how that looks. That looks a bit off, doesn't it? Now again, the spacing issue will be okay in a bit, but it just looks a bit silly that, you know, this is in line with this, but then when we get down here, not so much. So I guess it's a question of whether we change this or we change everything else. And I'm actually more inclined to go back to our index page and change the width of our other elements. So for example, on this here, maybe this should be out a bit wider. Figure that max width, how's that going to look? Yeah, actually this could work a bit better, to be honest. And then we could extend the max width of this one here. If we get rid of that, then that's in line with this. And we could change the footer as well to be 1100 as well. Maybe we could split the difference and just say 1050. I think I've used those dimensions before. So yeah, let's do that. What's the max one of this one here? 1100. Let's change everything to max width of 1050. So that's fine. Let's change this. Layout. Max width of 1050. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And then we need to change our header and our footer. Header. This group here is really the relevant one. Max width of 1050. And then footer. Okay, I know we're going to add more links, so what I might just do is do that now so it doesn't look as silly at the moment. Okay, so we have two more links here that are just going to be placeholders. And we call this placeholder as well. And then for the group itself, we're going to set the same max width of 1050. And then let's go back to our jobs page. We need to set the job max width on this page as well. I should have said let's go to the home page and check everything's working there first. Okay. Yeah, okay, you can see this and this is aligned, but this isn't. Let's go back to our home page. Everything there is aligned okay, which is nice. I think what we should have done is actually spread this out a bit more. So if we go back into our index, and yeah, you can see this isn't really spread out at the moment. I think that's due to the alignment of the stuff in this group. What we can do is click on this and use this one here. Maybe not this one here. Yeah, that's the one I think. And then we can put a bit of a margin on the right hand side for new. Right margin of 20 as well. Preview one more time. Yeah, that's looking grand. And everything's aligned here, which is nice as well. And then, yeah, even the buttons here are aligned with this, which is what you want really. Great, then let's go to our jobs page and look for the same thing. And we're going to set a max width on this of 1100, sorry, 1050. So we're just taking a small bit off this actually. But again, now everything should be aligned in the way we want it. We'll take a quick look at one jobs page just to make sure on that. Yeah, happy with that how it looks. Happy with that how that looks now. So that's really good. Okay, the last thing I think we need to do on our entire job board, so really getting there, is just to work in these categories. You might remember when we were posting job, there was 4 different categories. There was SEO jobs, there was pay-per-click jobs, and there was also lead gen jobs, which actually changed since then to content jobs. I just found there's more content jobs available. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a section here where we have something for each of those categories. So let's go to index. And let's take this piece of text here and we're just going to copy and paste this. And instead of saying latest jobs, we're just going to say popular categories. And we're not in a repeating group at the moment as far as I know, which is fine. Great. So we can put in another repeating group just below those popular categories. And this is going to contain the 4 categories that we previously put in. So let's put that in here. Type of content is going to be categories. Data source is going to be do a search for categories. And we're actually going to have 1 row and 4 columns. And we're going to remove the existing style. Let's allow this to take up the full width of the container. It's going to be a row. We'll center align it. Get rid of fixed width. Max width is going to be 1050. And we'll put it in the center. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll give it a bit of a bigger height. Let's put a min height of 75 for now, which we can change. And then let's grab a group. And we'll put that in here. And we're going to say this is going to be a row. We're going to do a bit of formatting here. This is actually going to be kind of a circular thing that's just going to house the name of the category that we're looking at. We'll put that in the center of each box. And then we will do some formatting here. Let's go to appearance. Before we do, actually, let's just say group category holder. And this is going to be categories. Data source is going to be parent groups category or current cells category even. Let's remove that style. Background style is going to be flat. I'm going to use this color that we used a while ago, but we're only going to make it very light. Previewing that is too heavy. Let's try 30. That seems fine. I'm going to give it a roundness of, let's try 60. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking for. And then we're going to put in some text here. And it's going to be parent groups categories, category name. Let's change the style to that title text we had. So job title is a 1. We don't want it to be left aligned, so let's just edit this style. Actually, no, we won't edit it. Sorry, we'll remove it and then do the edits in it. So let's go back to our design tab. Remove style. Put that in the center. And then let's get rid of those borders in between each of the repeating groups. We don't need that. And let's put a bit of a margin at the bottom. Just trying to gauge the distance between here and here. It's about a 30 and a 10, I think, so 40 overall. So we put 40 at the bottom of this as well. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay, I think that's actually looking pretty well. Um, what I might do is there's quite a bit of space in between all these. I don't think that's necessary. So what I might do is make this smaller and then also left align everything. That didn't work. I think maybe this is the one that needs to be left aligned. Yeah, put that there. No, definitely not. Mean height is 75. Don't think we need that. Let's put it down to 70. And then what are we going to do here? Min width. What if we get rid of that? Nothing much. Yeah, that's what we were looking for there. A container left on the left. There's still quite a bit of a gap between them all, which I'm not convinced we need. Yeah, that actually looks okay. Yeah, quite happy with that. So these are just the popular categories. I actually would like a bit less space in between them, I think. What if we just change this 900? Yeah, that actually works okay. The idea is once we're happy with the spacing here, is we can click on any one of these. We're brought to a page where the only thing being shown is the jobs relevant to that category. Yeah, that actually works really well. Quite happy with that. Okay, so we need to create a categories page now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back. We're going to go to our page. We're going to go to add a new page. And this page is going to be called category. And we're going to clone it from the index page. We don't need everything on this page. We can definitely get rid of this hero section here. And we can actually get rid of the category section as well. And what we're going to say is we're going to set the data type on this page to be categories. And then we're going to say, instead of having latest jobs up here, we're going to have latest current page categories, category name. And then what we're going to do is say that for the repeating group itself, we're searching for jobs at the moment. We need a new constraint, and that constraint is going to be categories contains current page categories category name. And I can see here we don't need this either, but we do need to put a bit of a margin on the top of this group here. So let's click on that. Let's go to layout and a top margin here of 70 again. Get rid of that. And then we get rid of this popular categories text that we don't need on this particular page. Okay, so let's see if this works. The idea being, we haven't built a workflow yet. Okay, when we click on SEO jobs, we want to be brought to that categories page. And we also want to only show, we want to send the category to that page as well. So let's do that now. So when this group is clicked, going to navigate, go to page, category, and the data we're going to send is current sales categories. And let's click this now. Click on SEO jobs. We're brought to category. This is the unique ID for that category. We're getting SEO jobs coming in here like we'd expect, but I don't like the way the date is over at the right hand side there. And the reason that's happening is if we look at our editor, we're going to be collapsing this new flag when it's not visible, which is causing the date to go out to the right hand side. What we might do is just untick that, and it will get a bit cramped if it goes down to very low widths. You can see we have a breakpoint at 460. What we might do is we might change the margins and the max width of this element to 0 when it's down at that very low width. Hopefully that will avoid any kind of overflow of content in this group below it and underneath. So let's get rid of that. And we can also change the width. You can see currently it's at 40. If we set that to 0, we should be okay. So let's preview this and see how it looks. And that looks a lot better. We want to see how this looks on mobile and other widths. So let's use our Chrome extension here that allows us to see our job board and all types of different screen widths. Okay, we can see this looks okay, but for some reason there's a bit of a gap opening up in between each of the jobs, which we don't want. And we can also see there's a bit of space here, which doesn't appear to be taken up by anything. I'm guessing this is the image. So if we go back to our editor and we click on the image here, I'm guessing we haven't ticked the collapse when hidden for this. And you can see that we don't really want to, because then some jobs that do have the image will stay at kind of this width when the image is there, but if they don't, they'll be going out, and we'll have this kind of scenario where some containers start here and other containers start at the edge. So what we can do instead is when it gets below that width, we can just change the width of it to 0. And I think that should solve our problem. So let's go again, refresh that. And yeah, that looks much better now. So everything coming in as we'd want on responsive. Let's go back here and go to index. I just want to check and see if it's holding true for the other categories as well. We might as well update our conditions for the image here now that we know what we're doing. So we're just going to put that width as 0. And the other thing I believe we did was get rid of that for the new flag here. We're not going to collapse it when it's hidden, but when it gets down below that 460 width, what we're going to say is the margins are going to be 0. And the width is also going to be 0. Okay, let's preview this page now. That all looks fine, so happy enough with that. What we might do is just check out one of the other categories. So let's look at, say, content jobs and make sure everything's working okay here. Okay, now nothing is coming in on this page, which is obviously not what we want. So let's go into our database and take a look at the various content jobs we have. Look at jobs, and we look at categories. So we do have a few content jobs, but they're not showing up. And I think the reason is if we look at the kind of commonality between the content jobs, they're all jobs that have more than one category. And I'm just after reading out what I'm doing after doing is, yeah, so you'd see ideally this would be content jobs on one line and then other beneath. Whereas I have content jobs and other almost concatenated as a single string, which is definitely not what we want. So if I put in this, for example, and I save it, I'm guessing, yeah, it's going to show up there, which is exactly what we want. So that's a bit of an issue. And I think the reason that's happening is probably back to our post job page when we were initially putting in the various categories. That's probably where the issue is happening. Let's check out the workflow down here, post job. And we can see create a new job and saying categories add. So I think what I should have been doing here is instead of saying add, I should have been doing set list. So category set list, post jobs categories, each item's category name. Okay, let's try that out now and see if that makes a difference. We might just do one quick test job to make sure that's now coming in as it should. So we can just do test, and we will choose all 4 of the categories that are here. And we will go to post job, and then we can check it out in our database. And hopefully we'll see 4 separate lines rather than just the single one. Yeah, and you see that's coming in as 4 different ones there, whereas for all the other jobs, it's concatenated as a single string. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, first of all, make sure that I've done the same thing on the edit job page. Given I copy the workflows, probably the same issue there. So let's go to edit job and look at the workflow here. Yeah, make changes to a job. And again, we have the same issue. So I should have figured that out. Just thinking as well, we probably want to clear the list of the current job on the page load. Otherwise, you're going to be adding on categories to the already existing categories. Okay, so what we might do is we're going to make changes to a thing. And that thing is going to be current page jobs. And what we're going to be changing is categories. And we're going to clear the list. The reason we're doing that is because if, for example, a job already had, a category on it, SEO jobs, for example, and we want to change that to PPC jobs. Well, if we don't do clear list, it's just going to add it to PPC jobs, which is going to remain, which is not what we want. Okay, so I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes now going through the database and updating all these categories so that the ones with multiple categories are formatted correctly. Okay, back in our database, and I have fixed up all of those jobs. You can see now the categories have 3 separate line items rather than one concatenated string. So let's go back to our homepage. I'm just after realizing that we don't have that image hooked up to the homepage. We probably don't want that actually, because once they're in the kind of, post job flow, you kind of want them to stay there and not make it too easy for them to go back to the homepage. So we might actually leave that logo as is, not hooked up to a workflow. Okay, let's go back to content jobs, and hopefully this time something is going to show up. And yeah, that's much better now. We can see that we have 3 jobs for content all coming in as I should. What I might do is just set one of these as a tier 3 just to make it shows up properly. So that's Twilio 1. Let's put that tier 1 as blank, and I'll put tier 3 as yes. Let's go back, and yeah, we have the feature there. We have the logo coming in. It's highlighted. So that's working exactly as we'd like. We can now go back to our footer and put in some names for the various categories. So the ones we have are SEO jobs, and we should be going to the page category. We're also going to have to send data to that page, which is kind of an interesting thing to figure out. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a search for categories, and the constraint is going to be category name equals SEO jobs. And then we can just do first item here, because there's only going to be one with those SEO jobs. You'll have to update these manually every time, which is a bit of a pain, but you probably won't be changing categories too frequently in any case. So that's SEO jobs done. Let's do the same for this one here. We can call this pay-per-click jobs. And in fact, instead of doing that, let's delete this link, and let's just paste this down 3 more times. Copy 1, 2, 3. You can see we're pushing on the boundaries of the footer at the moment. Let's change this one from SEO jobs to pay-per-click jobs. And again, we'll just change the name as well in terms of the constraint here to make sure it's looking for the right one. So that's that one done. And we'll do the exact same thing for the next 2. First one is content jobs. And the last one after we change this will be other. Okay, like I said, we're kind of pushing up on the boundaries of this footer here. So what I'm going to do is that shouldn't be there, that's 70, let's delete that. We're also going to change the font size of these. They're just a bit big for my liking for a footer, so we're going to change everything here to 14. Okay, I think that looks better, and we're going to put a bit of padding on the footer itself as well, just so it has a bit of room to breathe. So we're going to put, say, 30 on the top and 30 on the bottom. Okay, then we can go back to our homepage and see how it looks on the homepage itself. You see categories loading, jobs loading. That's not too bad. It seems to be a bit condensed, which I'm a bit surprised by. So let's go to our index again. Go down here, see if there's anything going on. And yeah, the max height there is still coming in as 70 for whatever reason. So that should look a bit better now. We're going to do the same thing for our category page because we also have the footer there. And I'm guessing it's the same issue. Yeah, and then let's go back. And let's test it out. Okay, so let's go to pay-per-click jobs. And we can see we're brought to the pay-per-clicks job page. Let's go to content jobs. And we're brought to the content jobs. And then finally, we still have SEO jobs down there. That should be other. So let's go back to footer. And I'm going to assume that works fine as well. So I think we're pretty much there with our job board. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to put in a few more jobs just so you can get a full sense of how it looks. I also wanted to do one more thing on the home page, which is add in a see all jobs button, which will bring us to another page where we can see all the jobs before I do that, I'm just going to add in some more data so it just looks a bit more like a complete job board, if you will. So I've added some more jobs to the database, which means that there's now more than 20 on the homepage. So to allow users to see every job on the site, I'm going to put in a See All Jobs button here, and then I'm going to create an All Jobs page where every job on the site is going to be displayed. So let's go back to our bubble editor. We're going to scroll down to the bottom of the repeating group here, and we're going to select a button element, and we can then drop it in this group here. Make it quite small at the start just so it fits in, but we will then do some editing. So first of all, we'll remove the style, and we are going to use our usual font. We'll put this button in the center of the group. We're going to give it a top margin of 40, and we're going to make this a fixed width of 120 and a fixed height of 45. We'll go back to appearance, and we'll change the text from edit me to see all jobs. Make the font size 16, and we're also going to remove that letter spacing down to 0. We're not going to give it a background style. We're going to make it kind of transparent so the white background shows up, but we will give it a border. It's going to be a solid. We're going to use the same font that we used for the kind of gradient for the hero section earlier, and we'll give it a width of 2, roundness of 5, and then we will change the font color to black. Okay, I think that's looking okay. So now we're going to put in a workflow. Before that, we actually have to create the all jobs page. This is going to be really simple. What I'm going to do is add a new page, call it all jobs, and clone it from the category page. Then I am just going to do some changes to the text here. So instead of using dynamic content, I'm simply going to put in all jobs here. I'm going to get rid of the type of content on the page itself. So instead of categories, we're just going to leave it blank. This will throw up a few errors as you can see above, but we can get rid of them in a second. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the filter that only shows the category for that specific category page on that specific page. So that's gone now, and now we can start getting rid of these errors. You can see here we had a condition or a data source that was dependent on the categories, no longer relevant. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And we only have one left. And again, some sort of conditional statement here. We can remove that condition. Okay, so last thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to the index, and we're going to create a workflow that will navigate to this page. So back down to our button here, and we're going to say start edit workflow, and it's going to navigate to the all jobs page. No need to send any data for this one. And then finally, I should say one more thing we're going to do is we're going to go to footer, and we're going to put in an all jobs page there. Go back to our design. We can just take the post job link we have in here, copy that, paste it down, and change this from post job to all jobs. Link it in turn to the all jobs page. Go back to our index, and let's preview that. And we see all these jobs are loading up now. And sure enough, this is the kind of earliest job that was on the all jobs page originally, but you can see now we have 2 extra ones, so we have 22 jobs in total. That concludes this job board tutorial. I hope this has been helpful and you've learned how you can design and build your own beautiful looking job board. Like I mentioned at the start of the video, I have built a template in similar style to this, so if you'd like to save yourself the trouble of building, you can buy that. Link is below in the description. But if you made it this far, I just want to say thanks for watching.